We are ready to go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and really warm welcome also here on site. This is very German punctuality. Somebody said the hall is all set, and it's 5 to 2. Many thanks for coming. My name is Ralf Süthoff. I'm the director of the Center for Humanitarian Action, and this is our 4th annual conference. And we are really happy to welcome you here once again in Berlin. This is an event in many ways we longed for quite some time. We planned really for a long time to have an annual conference in summer on site, especially in pandemic times. That never worked out. So as Berlin is such a great city in summer, which I might say, I'm not from Berlin, we really are happy to welcome you here and hope you enjoy the days with us and here. We had a nice kickoff with the panelists and with some special guests last night on a dinner on a ship in Berlin-Kreuzberg on a hot day. And this is a good way, we thought, to kick off some days when we will discuss once again all the crises in the world, which are for many of us everyday business. Today we want to kick off what we call in German maybe the Schwarzbrot of our business, the really tough work, the really difficult issues, so I can promise already out there later on there will be also for everybody around here German beer and Spätzle and the DJs, so there should be fun as well. And bear with us that before that some work at least should be done, and we hope it's not too boring. So what is the Schwarzbrot about we want to deal with today? The first 3 CHAR annual conferences you might have attended once in a while, focused on rather more the hot potatoes of international debate and challenges. One has been on the triple nexus and all its challenges you will know so much about. One on the grand bargain and its bit lost momentum on humanitarian reform. One on the Zeitenwende, the turning point in the context of the Ukraine war in Europe, and why we've seen that the human security dimension of that one had been neglected. But this time we take a very different approach, as you might have noticed. This time we combine, for the first time, 2 issues which might come across in the first place maybe a bit more technical. And they come out of 2 projects which have been kindly funded by the German Foreign Office and which we focused on the past 2 years, one on locally led humanitarian action and one on digitalization of humanitarian action. The colleagues have done a series of workshops and events and interviews, etc., and published a couple of already pretty profiled papers, I might say, in the past 2 years on that one. And discussing what we want to do in our annual conference this year, actually, we came up with the idea, well, are there so many synergies and so many linkages between these 2 topics that it would make a lot of sense to link these, especially as we've seen this interlinkage and all the dimensions between, in particular, digital accountability and its participation dimension, and locally led humanitarian action, its project management in a very participatory way, as a very neglected dimension of humanitarian action, and especially also of humanitarian reform. And we wondered if that might be an issue which is really worth looking at, as there are so many issues which always come back to this question of participation and of power balances. So if that's so closely interlinked, we said, well, maybe not only us, but 1 or 2 more people out there would find it exciting to discuss this in a linked way and to look at the synergies. And that's why we came up with the title, Tackling Power Imbalances with Technology and Locally Led Management, ? At the same time, we had doubts, to be honest, if this would really fly as an annual conference going beyond the regular workshops, the usual suspects or the German faces we know already and who please join us. You are supposed to sit in the first row, I'm pretty sure, because you're one of our top special guests. So here are 2 reserved seats for Carlos, definitely. So please don't be shy. So we have been, I just said we've been a bit shy and we haven't been sure if too many thanks for coming. Please take a seat. And we haven't been sure if more than you would come for this conference when we've chosen a topic which might be not as easy to digest as the ones we've done before. But when I asked yesterday, well, so how many registered people do we have, and heard it's more than 550 on-site and online, we've been really impressed and found well, if this hall actually is fully booked, as it is at the end of the day, we even had to turn people down. We've been really grateful for you coming and for joining us on such a sunny day where you could do other things as well. Another sign from our view how relevant apparently this topic is might be how many international guests we have, how many people from the so-called Global South have been flying in as well and followed our invitation. And one way to ensure that at least here now and the next 2 days we don't do only lip service on all this participation issues and all this talk about locally led action, etc., has been that we wanted to invite many people from the so-called Global South, but also give them a very active role. And that's why we want to try something special in this conference in the next 2 days. One of the formats we are coming up, you might recall, or at least the elderly ones, I don't know, how many of you still know The Muppet Show? Could you raise a hand if you still know The Muppet Show? Very good. How many of you know the two grandpas on the balcony commenting everything on stage? Everybody, of course, good fun, right? Well, what we want to come up is with a format copying a bit the two old grandpas, but switching roles. We invited 2 people to join us, and we call them rapporteurs, and their role is just to comment what they've heard. They don't have to put anything on stage, like the old grandpas, you know, they're just sarcastic, commenting, that's all bullshit what they do on the stage, blah, 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 and Kermit. So we have invited 2 people, which are a bit following the symbol of the white old man, being the know-it-alls, but playing a very different role and having a very different background. And in a second, I'd like to introduce these 2 rapporteurs to you for the next 2 days. Plus, after that, second format we would like to use in this conference, having invited 5 discussants, which will be introduced to you in a second as well. But let me start with our 2 rapporteurs. In the first place, I would like to ask to come on stage Anita Katakuri, the Director of Policy of NEAR. Please join me on stage, and you need a micro for that. I hope that's on. Many thanks for coming. Please give a hand to Anita.
Can you hear me? Yeah?
Did you hear the applause, even without saying a word yet? So, Anita, you bring 13 years of humanitarian experience with you. You've been for many years with Oxfam. You've been based in Bangladesh, in Uganda, but now you're with NEAR. As we want to get beyond our humanitarian bubble, maybe in the first place you could share with colleagues and everybody online what is NEAR? Why is it for you so important to work now for NEAR on the local side? And why have you come here? I mean, could be a very technical issue, no? Why did you fly in just to watch this conference for 2 days?
Thanks, Ralph. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for having me. As was introduced, my name is Anita Katakuri. What is NEAR? Let's start with that. What is NEAR? NEAR, for those that do not know, is a network of Global South NGOs, local and national, with members coming from more than 30 countries at this point. We have around 200, I think, more than 200 these days, members in these 30 countries. Our network is structured around making change within the sector. That is the purpose, its origin, its mandate. We want to make that change through influencing and advocacy work, but we also want to pilot and test solutions that work for local and national organizations for our members. So we have a whole stream of work which I lead around the policy, advocacy, and influencing, and then another stream of work around innovative solutions that my colleagues work on. And we want to build a better base of learning and knowledge within and from our members. And so we aspire to help produce and document the knowledge and learning of our members on localization and the efforts that they are contributing towards the agenda. That's near. So
why did you come?
Why did I come? Well, the idea of being one of those two grandpas was too hard to pass up.
But we didn't tell you before that that's the wrong.
No, I think that NEAR does not focus on digital solutions. I think we were hesitating on whether or not we would add value, but I think the idea, I think the concept of organizing a conference around trying to straddle both power imbalance and practical solutions is a challenge that NEAR wants this group, we want to be able to rise to the occasion for and learn and listen. I think that the way the conference is organized, in which it was a big part of why I joined. I think there is a different role for actors from the Global South, and this was an important way to ensure different perspectives. And I think that, also Hibak, our executive director, has been part of the CHA annual conference for the past few years. We want to keep the tradition and the connection.
Many thanks for that, and many for your first words. Please stay with us when we welcome our second guy on the balcony. It's Abi Bagios. Please come on stage from the Philippines, and please give a hand to Abi as well. Abi, many thanks for coming, literally just flying in and arriving a few minutes before we could start, so many thanks for the great effort. You are the founder of Aid Reimagined. You are a humanitarian and development professional, so you know both these worlds. And you will share with us what is Aid Reimagined, probably much better than me, but you've worked a lot with UNICEF, with international NGOs, etc. But now you have a different perspective and are here for a different perspective. Why have you come and what is your organization about?
Thank you so much, everyone, for having me here. It's a great privilege to be with you all. So I founded Aid Reimagined, and basically, it is to advocate for a more equitable and just aid system. I've worked with different INGOs and different organizations in issues like localization and decolonization of aid and anti-racism in aid. And I started this sort of like initiative, and I'm here now because throughout my experience, I've experienced a cognitive dissonance basically of working in the humanitarian sector and just coming across issues and concepts that didn't quite sit well with my own values, including power imbalances, and which is why I'm here. I'm really interested in the topic, and I hope that I can offer a critical perspective in the discussion in the next 2 days. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Maybe one word on why should we discuss locally led humanitarian action and digitalization at the same time? Usually the ones supporting locally led humanitarian action are rather on the skeptical side if digitalization is of any good or just coming from the devil or whatever and doing a lot of harm. Why linking these two topics? Is that interesting to you?
I think it's interesting the way that it's framed. Like when I look through kind of like the agenda, it's framed as new management styles and technology and agile way of working, and it's all coming across very technical. Whereas I see the problem and the issues as being very political. It's about relationships, right? It's about in the technology sector, there's this saying that's like move fast and break things. And I question, is that something that we really want to do? Perhaps, the voices from the Global South, voices from the local actors, many people that I've spoken to and I work with are saying to step back instead of moving fast and breaking things, to be more careful, to repair the damage that has been done. And so I am coming here as a skeptic, and hopefully, maybe I'll be convinced at the end that, this is something that can shift the power within our sector.
Very interesting. Many thanks for this first input. We will come back to you tonight. For now, I would like to ask you to go to your balcony, actually, because you are not on stage on this conference. You are the critical ones telling us what went wrong all day and who hasn't been heard, which indeed, please be frank tonight. You will hear from both of them again tonight when we finish the first day and again tomorrow. Ahead of our two rapporteurs, and many thanks again for coming, you will hear now very quickly about 5 more people who are our so-called discussants in these 2 days of conference. This is a special role. We want to make sure that representatives from local organizations or from affected populations will have a say, and basically it means that the colleagues here in the first row have the privilege to kick off every Q&A session after every panel we have hosted. Let's see how this goes, but we are extremely pleased that you all made the effort to come for this and really to join us and to share your questions and comments and all your perspectives after each session, if you wish. So let me quickly start with the colleagues we have here in the first row. Talya Keskin from Turkey, IHH Humanitarian Relief Foundation, and there you are, the International Relations Coordinator. If you could quickly stand up so everybody can quickly see who is it about, and please give a hand to Talya. Then we have Vanessa Mendoza from Colombia. You are the Senior Project Officer and the representative of Caritas Colombia and the focal point of the so-called Together project on localization done by a consortium of German NGOs and local NGO partners. Please give a hand to Vanessa. One of the VIPs, as appropriate, coming late has been Carlos Castillo. You are the community leader and the representative of a community-based organization called Proceso de Comunidades Negras de Colombia Hilarios. If that's roughly not too Portuguese, sorry, I'm rather speaking Portuguese. Give a hand to Carlos. Thanks for coming. And as well, here in the first row, we have Corey Statman. You managed emergency response programs in Southeast and Central Asia, in the Middle East and in East Africa. And today you are with the International Federation of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent Societies, IFRC, which is much easier for all of us, as Senior Officer for Localization. Please give a hand to Corey. Oh, sorry. And online is joining us, you will meet later also, because unfortunately she couldn't make it, Chilande Kalubavaria. She's the founder and director of Rwanda Advisory Center in Kenya, which is a non-profit and social enterprise technical support facility, and at the same time the co-founder of the local coalition Accelerator in Kenya. And she will surely explain to you later what that is all about and why it's so exciting. So give a hand, please, to our discussants, which will play a major role in our conference. So for anything else on the program, I won't bore you now with the details. You'll find all information on the program, on the speakers, the links, and the polls also we want to do over the course of the next 2 days. On the QR code, which is at the back of your badge if you're here on site, or which you'll find, of course, online if you are online. Same for the Wi-Fi location, which is also printed on your badge if you need it. If you look at the password, we made that pretty complex, so you have no chance not to listen to us. And finally, a tiny bit of housekeeping as needed. For one, this event is recorded, so please accept that it will be posted on the CHAR website, or please be aware that it is, or otherwise please let us know. If you post about our conference, please use the hashtag CHAR23. If you need technical support online, please write to the CHAR Technical Support, and they will be happy to give you a hand. And finally, this is the second CHAR annual conference we organize as accessible as possible by providing live captioning, which here on the hall you can see there on the screen, and online just press the respective buttons on Zoom, thanks to support by colleagues from Handicap International. With this, I'm handing over to our first panel, and including our special guest, which hasn't arrived. At least I haven't seen her yet, but I'm sure she's still coming. Luisa Amtsberg from the German government. But hierarchically created and masterminded this conference have two other people. And now I would like to hand over to the ones who are really the spiritus rectoris, or whatever is the plural in English for that one. My two colleagues who have managed the two projects I mentioned and who have really created this whole conference. So please give really a warm welcome to Darina Pelowska and Andrea Düchting. Wherever they are.
You want to join us? Please come. Alarm schicken. There, Luisa Amtsbeck is coming. Hello, welcome. You can directly take your seat here on this stage. Perfect timing. Just on the minute, very German.
Let me leave this to you already.
Very German would be 5 minutes in advance. Yes, we are 5 minutes in advance. And we don't want to start everything before, because we are having an online, a panel streamed online. So please relax, everybody. Don't go too far. We have 5 minutes until we will start. So not to confuse our online audience. So grab yourself another water, another coffee. Don't go too far. Hello. All right, everybody. Please take your seats again. We really want to be on time to not to confuse our online audience and want to start very German on time. Great. It's great to have you all here in Berlin and also online. It's a pleasure to have you. Welcome again to this annual conference of the Center for Humanitarian Action, which we like to call CHA briefly. And a very warm welcome to this first panel of the day on tackling power imbalances, the role of digital accountability and participatory leadership in humanitarian action. My name is Darina Pelowska. I'm a research fellow at the Center for Humanitarian Action, CHA. And together with my colleague Andrea Düchting, who is also a research fellow at the center, I will guide you through this first panel session. And before we dive into the topic, I have to share some quick housekeeping rules with everybody again. So please be reminded that this event is, of course, as you can see here, live streamed and also video recorded. And it will be posted on the CHA website and the CHA YouTube channel soon after this conference. And secondly, if you want to link us and share your experiences on social media, you can do that by using the hashtag CHA23 and tag us with @Center for Humanitarian Action. On Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook, you'll find us. We will have a Q&A session and question and answer session later in this panel. So please note down all your questions and inputs. You will have the chance to feed them in later. We have a microphone over here, so for all of the audience here in Berlin, just come here then later at the Q&A session and share your thoughts with us. If you are online, you can, of course, also share your thoughts. You can do that by using the CHA chat. On Zoom, the user CHA Sonja Höfelmann will be following the online discussion and feed all your inputs and thoughts into the discussion as well later during this panel. If you prefer to be anonymous, you can also always write CHA Sonja Höfelmann a private message, and she will post your question anonymously. If you are online and need technical support, there is a user in the chat called CHA Technical Support. My colleagues will be very happy to help you. And that is actually all of my housekeeping, and we can dive into the topic. And I want to give you some contextual background of what we are actually going to talk about. Well, Andrea and I, we wanted to kick off this conference by revisiting some of the power imbalances that we came across in our work and situate these in the current localization and digital developments that are going on in the system nowadays. We were asking ourselves, well, and how far are the latest digital technologies, but also the efforts to implement local leadership and participatory humanitarian action actually indicating some progress towards a more equitable humanitarian system, or in how far are the use of digital tools, but also the management practices that we see actually reinforcing or replicating some of the power imbalances that we see in the system. In this session, we want to look at the sector's digital transformation and also partnership and leadership concepts and its possible interlinkages as well. Well, and we are doing this with our dedicated panel here on the stage and also online. Please welcome with a warm applause Luisa Amtsberg, a German Commissioner for Human Rights and Humanitarian Assistance, Juliet Eyokia, Project Manager at Sephord and Charter for Change Secretary in Uganda, and online Stuart Campo, who is a team lead for data responsibility at the UN OCHA Center for Humanitarian Data in the Netherlands. Please welcome our dedicated panel. And we thought that we could maybe best start with some first-hand insights to the power imbalances in the humanitarian action from Juliet Iokia. Juliet is a disaster preparedness and response manager for the Community Empowerment for Rural Development, shortly CEFORD, which is a local organization in Uganda. She also serves as an advisor to the Uganda Charter for Change working group and a manager at the Global Charter for Change Secretariat. And plus, she is an advisory council member of the African Humanitarian Organizations Network, shortly AHON. In her daily work, she keeps challenging both donors, but also international organizations and UN organizations to live up to their commitments towards locally led humanitarian action. Juliet, it's a great pleasure to have you here. Well,
thank you, Marina.
Not so long ago, we met at the European Humanitarian Forum, and there you really impressed me with the large amount of responsibilities and duties that you have, and I'm just reading some of them. Well, first of all, your daily work, it's about coordination of day-to-day humanitarian activities, but also including project reviews, reporting, as well as the insurance to adhering to financial procurement and other internal and external policies. Second, capacity strengthening of local first responders and staff training and support. Thirdly, coordination with government and UN agencies. And fourthly, also representation of CEFORD in international forum like this one. So can you just share some of your experiences in how power imbalances are materializing in these of your day-to-day activities?
Thank you, and thank you for having me here today. By structure, by culture, by design, to me, the humanitarian system is imbalanced. In my work, I work with different partners. I would like to say that not all partners are homogeneous. There are global commitments that have been made towards transforming the humanitarian sector. But the question is, are we sharing power? Are we willing to share power? Those are the questions. That means that there are those partners my organization works with who have taken strides to try and transform their ways of working. The experience I'm going to share is those who have signed to commitments and have not really taken steps or are taking baby steps to share power. As a project manager, one of my roles is to coordinate. I participate in proposal development for my organization. We have partners we work with who develop their proposals, they do the budgeting. All they give to us is work plan and the budget and activities that we are supposed to implement, and all they give to us is the logical framework. I have implemented a 3-year project where I was not given the project document. I am supposed to deliver to expectation. So are we sharing power? Where is my participation? Am I not supposed to bring in my knowledge as a local partner in designing? So co-designing of projects is important if we are to improve humanitarian response. Procurement. We have partners who hold the biggest budget. They do all the procurement. My organization has a niche in livelihood. And with livelihood, everything has to be delivered timely, based on the seasons. So the partners hold on procurement budget. They will take their time to procure. but I am the one to do distribution. I am more accountable to the persons of concern, the people we work with. These organizations do procurement either in the middle of the season or towards the end of the season. And so what I'm going to do as CEFOD is to deliver late. That means there will be no effectiveness in implementation of that activity. I would like to say that the international partners are more accountable to the donor. But for me, as a local partner who is part of the community, I am more accountable to the community, because whatever mess I do in the community will never be taken away, because I will always exist in that community. Thirdly, we have partners who are not transparent. I talked about co-designing, but we have partners who will hold on to the budget. They will never share with us how much a project budget is. They have their contractual agreements with the donors. They will prefer to transfer money to us on quarterly basis. You come up with your activity plans, and they transfer money either in the middle of the quarter or towards the end of the quarter. You're not able to effectively and provide quality delivery when your disbursement has been delayed. Sometimes we have to refund these monies to the partner. My question is, where does that money go to? Does the partner take this money back to the donor? And then at the end of the day, they tell us we don't have absorptive capacity. We take on the risk of delayed disbursement, and that affects our reputation in the community. Thus, some of the partners cause us reputational risk, because the community, the more you don't do things on timely basis, then the community blames you for delayed response or for something that has not been effectively implemented. In terms of reporting, we have worked with partners who have never shared with us the report they submit to the donor. It's very interesting that you do all your reporting, you share with your partner, but at the end of the day, you don't know whether your contribution, my contribution as CEFOD, is in the final report. Visibility of local partners is very important, and all of us need visibility. We need to be very transparent in reporting, and each and everyone's contribution to a project success has to be mentioned in a report. There are partners that actually prioritize visibility. I will not mention them, but they try their best to share reports with us. There are partners that we actually write reports with. You work online thanks to the digital transformation. We work together with them. And when report is shared with the donor, you have a copy of the report. When something is published online, you are there as a local partner and your contribution is appreciated. These are some of the things that we are talking about. We need visibility as local partners. Our contribution is important in co-creation. We also add value because we bring in our innovation and creativity when we are designing projects. Coordination with with government and UN agencies. Because we are local, we find it easy to coordinate with the government, and we work more with local government, and it's perfect. But when it comes to the higher level coordination, especially UN agencies, that space is not open to us. You have to go through certain hierarchies to be able to get attention. However, at field level, it is easier for you to access maybe someone from UN agency office to be able to coordinate with. So what I'm saying is that coordination is not, the space for coordination with certain humanitarian actors like the UN agencies is not very open, and that needs to open up to local and national humanitarian actors. Due diligence processes. We go through very many processes in assessment, and local partners get fatigued because the same question organization A is going to be asked by organization B and C. Indeed, it is frustrating to understand that up to this level, we cannot harmonize these processes. My only call to international agencies is that you're not creating new things in your assessments. You're all looking for almost similar things. It will be very important that you harmonize assessment and you coordinate among yourselves to make it a little bit easier for local and national partners, and my organization inclusive. Thank you very much for listening.
Yes, thank you, Juliet. Indeed, you have raised so many points. Just to quickly mention a few. So it's about decision-making from the project design. It's about transparency, visibility, and your reputational risks if projects get delayed because of other contributions that you need from your international and colleagues and international partners. It's about budgets that need to be transferred on time. It's about access to international fora and international spaces, and about simplifying due diligence processes. So it's a multitude of areas that need to improve. And somebody who's working on this at a political level is, of course, Luise Amtsberg, who is the German Commissioner for Human Rights and Humanitarian Assistance, and through her various activities around migration, asylum, refugee policies, etc., she really got involved a long time ago already with humanitarian issues and humanitarian topics. So, Luise Amtsberg, if you hear what Julia's just saying, what is Germany doing actually to address these issues?
Hello, everyone. I first of all would like to say that I really appreciate that we are talking about power imbalances within the humanitarian system, because I have the feeling that we often discuss it in the field of human rights, but I think it's crucial to also address that in the humanitarian assistance system. So, and to be honest, it is the core idea of our approach for a feminist foreign policy, if you really go into that issue, because power imbalance, of course, is often connected to the access to resources, and we see it as an important issue also, not to address women, but having an intersectional approach, addressing the ones that are most in need. So that would be, of course, women and children and marginalized groups. So it fits, I would say, to see it also from a feminist foreign policy perspective. For us as a government, we are not critical with our humanitarian assistance, I would say, because we can see very often, and during my travels I experienced that a lot, that there is kind of dysfunctional system going on when we see that our humanitarian assistance is not properly connected to our development aid. So that would be something I would strongly advocate for, to build a better bridge between these policy fields, but also so the whole nexus debate, we are engaging as a government very strongly and advocating for more localization. This is also something that we addressed in our coalition agreement, so it's a promise to do that, but I mean, in reality, it's often not so easy as it is on the paper, but this is the goal this government has, to invest more or localize more our humanitarian aid and address the local communities. But when you talk about how to reach that, you see also the difficulties coming along with that. Mm-hmm. And I mean, we know that local communities know the most about the needs and how to address them and where, and also, and this is something you raised, which I find very important, that it is also about acceptance and trust from the local communities when it comes to humanitarian assistance. So we need the acceptance, and I think it is the easiest way and the most successful way to do it with the local communities and NGOs. But of course, the boundaries are our regulations, and you also addressed that, and I can see that. If we want to achieve that, we have to, in a way, address our regulations when it comes to financial and also accountability and reportings. So, because this panel also is about the digital challenges, but also chances, mm-hmm. I think that this can help a lot mm-hmm. to find a direct access to local communities, to make them visible. Mm-hmm. Also, vice versa. So we, of course, need to put a lot of trust into local communities, especially when we don't know them as well as, like, I don't know, the UN agencies. But this trust also, it must be vice versa. So I think putting more efforts into digitalization and like mappings and things like that would help to have a better connection between local communities, governments, and international organizations. And I think I'm really looking forward to this panel to hear more about the ideas when it comes to that field, because I think Germany can do better in this. But yeah, I just want to show my strong support for these ideas, and also for being open to reflect on our humanitarian assistance that once in a while is really, how do you say, paternalistic, mm-hmm. in a way. So being self-critical when it comes to that is the first step, but getting your insights is of course helpful for us, and we need to build stronger bridges between local communities, also the national governments we are working with, because humanitarian assistance can only be additionally. But if states are not providing for their own society, our humanitarian assistance will never be enough. So it also must be has an approach that is on the policy level. And I think also, therefore, local communities are crucial.
Thank you, Frau Amtsberg, or Luisa Amtsberg. And I think there's someone who can probably give us an insight on how the digital technologies are currently being used in the sector. So we have heard a lot of buzzwords which we probably know from the offline world, which are also being used in the online world. So we have heard about accountability, effectiveness, timeliness, trust, responsibility as well. And with this, I'm turning to Stuart now. Stuart Campo is the team lead for data responsibility at UN-OCHA. Darina already mentioned it. He's leading a team in Den Haag, in the Netherlands, for the Center for Humanitarian Data. UN-OCHA, or the Office for Humanitarian Coordinating the Humanitarian Affairs, is known for its mandate on coordination. I guess we probably know all of them from the clusters and the sectors, in good ways and in bad ways. Sometimes well, knowing that coordination is important, but not an easy task to do as well. But particularly when it comes to data as well. So Stuart oversees a team where they are looking into ways of how to work ethically, safely, and, well, in a principled manner when we use data on people and when we use digital technology. So Stuart has a broad experience with different organizations, and probably some of you may know him from this work also at the Interagency Standing Committee, where there's been a data responsibility working group, or it's under the results group, a task force, which some probably have been working with as well, or know him from his time being back at the Signal Code, at the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, or UNICEF. So Stuart, with your broad experience and speaking on behalf of, sorry to say, on the system, because OCHA has the best overview of what we are doing currently and how the technology is being used, I mean, you have been listening to the different voices at the moment on the panel. So could you give us an oversight on how technologies are currently being used to, let me say, well, increase or improve accountability to donors on the one hand, but also for local partners to improve accountability to affected populations, to local people?
Sure thing, Andrea. Thanks so much, and thanks for letting me join this really important discussion remotely. Thanks also to both Juliet and Louise. I think you framed the key issues really well here. So just to give one sort of broader framing on how we approach this issue as the center, we really came at the work on data responsibility as something that built on our work around the humanitarian data exchange, which fundamentally was about making data available to people who need it in different crisis contexts to deliver better assistance to people in need. And with that posture of moving from fully open data to more share and protect data that will enable us to empower and also deliver assistance to local communities, we saw that this area of data responsibility was really critical to how the system thinks about data and, of course, digital technologies more broadly, though as a caveat, that's really not something that OCHA has a coordination role on. And actually, I think later in this discussion, we'll come to that coordination gap as one of the persistent challenges in the system. The way we think about this issue is, as Andrea mentioned, making sure that we're being safe, ethical, and effective when we manage data to identify people in need, understand what forms of assistance they require, and then actually increasingly deliver that assistance through various channels. One area where we've seen a lot of work and I think progress in the past few years, particularly in making sure that we do this in a responsible way, is in cash and voucher assistance. And there's a close connection between cash and voucher assistance and the increased investment in the kind of last year, roughly, in collective accountability mechanisms. So these are two examples of interventions that you see quite frequently in different response contexts, where we have more direct engagement with not only local organizations, but also directly with households and individuals affected by crises. This, of course, also comes with risks, and that's where the lens of data protection and data responsibility is critical to collective accountability, and also, in the spirit of the title of this panel, addressing the power imbalances that persist around data, because we may indeed be excluding the most marginalized if we move fully to digital means of identifying people in need and delivering assistance. At the same time, there is more opportunity for feedback, and both in areas of assistance like cash, but also more sort of in the letter and spirit of the intervention, areas like AAP, accountability to affected people, we are seeing these two-way feedback mechanisms and collective feedback mechanisms as critical to how we both make more visible. I liked Louise's use of the term visibility. We want to increase visibility without increasing vulnerability. And that's really the balancing act here. We know that the organizations, like the organizations that Juliet represents, in terms of the most present on the ground in these different locations affected, are also the most exposed to risk if, for example, sensitive data is being collected and held. So how do we make sure that we can understand and respond to need and actually invest in the capacity and capability required to then manage the data that we need to do that responsibly at that most frontline level? That's a challenge that the system certainly has not cracked. It's also a challenge at higher levels of the system. So it's not to say that it's only local organizations that need more investment in this capability. But what we've seen as we've made progress at the global level on the more policy framework side of things is that putting this into practice requires much better coordination, to Juliet's point on the different levels and structures for coordination, a much broader and inclusive group of actors. And that's something that we're trying to be more intentional about facilitating in different contexts, using the existing structures, but also working with a broader group of local NGO partners to understand how these tools and systems can be appropriately introduced, understand what concerns populations might have, and this is particularly seen in the implementation of collective mechanisms, and then make sure that we're making the data available to people who need it, but also protecting the data in the same way that we've committed to protect the people whose data we're talking about. And I think that's a really key posture in this area of work. Tackling the systemic imbalances should not come at the cost of sort of transferring the risk of more locally led aid without also the investment in protections and mitigation measures for those risks, both for local organizations and for the people we're trying to serve.
Thanks, Stuart. I mean, allow me to turn to Julia directly, because you quoted local organizations, and we have one colleague sitting here to directly ask her. So Julia, listening to Stuart and the system-wide perspective, I mean, to your experience, or from your experience, I mean, to quote Stuart, you were saying increasing accountability, not vulnerability. How are you using digital technologies in your daily work? Is it actually a cure, or is it more kind of a bottleneck, or increasing the risks for you as an organization, but also for the people you are working with and for?
I think for me, I would like to stretch back to the time of COVID. At that time, I think everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Had it not been for technology, maybe business would not have continued. So my experience, first of all, from COVID time, is that technology helped us to continue serving communities. One, we were able to provide services. Some of our colleagues were able to provide psychosocial support online, which was much needed at that time because of the stress people were going through, and so they were able to support. But also, technology helped us to get into spaces initially that we were not able to penetrate. For example, we were able to participate in decision-making spaces at higher level because of the virtual events, the virtual meetings, the virtual conferences, which initially was not possible for some of us. So that was because of the technological transformation in the system. However, we also got opportunity, and it's because of technology that the local partners have been able to get capacity enhancement. Online, we had webinars. For me, initially, I didn't know even about webinars. But now, because of the digital transformation, we are able to learn online, but there are also opportunities for us as local actors to learn online. You have to take the initiative, like the CAL platform, where we are able to learn on our own. So one has to be interested. That is because of the digital transformation he's talking about. But when we are talking about technology, and when we are talking about accountability, when we are developing these digital tools, do we involve the communities affected? Are we part of the design as communities in developing this? Do we realize that some of these tools we develop could actually inconvenience the users? And in this case, I'm referring to the communities that we serve. Are we consulting them when we are developing? He talked about the cash transfer. Yes, it helped us, and it is helping us, one, to provide rapid assistance, and digital cash transfer has helped us also to address the problem of aid diversion, but also fraud. However, when we are addressing that risk, there is also another risk that we have to take into consideration, the cybercrime. When we are using digital platforms, let us be aware that the people we are serving are very vulnerable, and cybercrime is a problem in digital transformation, because if we don't create awareness to communities about technology, then they become exposed to the risk of being exploited by people who are using cybercrime to reap from others. So that is one of the key things that we need to address. And then the other issue is about data protection. Stuart did talk about that. We do a lot of assessments as humanitarian actors, and we share reports, we share data, because we need to help people in crisis. But this issue of data protection has to be taken into consideration, because we work with people who are affected by conflict. For me, in my context, we work with people who are from South Sudan, from DRC, and we don't know what the governments back home could actually do if we don't protect the details of the people that we have in our database. So data protection is important because we could actually expose our project participants to more risk than actually doing good to them. Then we have the issue of how digital transformation has helped us. It helps us to do co-creation online. Initially, people had to come and sit together. But today, we can actually do proposal with our partners online because we have Google Documents that is just shared and you're working together online. It has helped us to do assessments. As we are talking right now, we have a fragile situation in Sudan. We have fragile situation in Democratic Republic of Congo, maybe in other places. In this kind of fragile situation, we use digital tools to do assessment. In disaster situations, we have used in floods, in mudslides, we have used digital tools to do assessment. We have used digital tools for mapping. So digital transformation is very good in humanitarian action. However, we have to take steps, analyze every step to be able to reduce on the risks that we could actually expose communities to. We need to be very conscious. We need to have context-specific perspectives because not everything that we are designing is fit for every context. Contexts are different. They are not homogeneous. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. And Juliet, you nicely pointed out that, of course, digital tools have a lot of potential to access some of the most inaccessible areas in humanitarian action. And you also pointed out how they help local organizations in taking a leadership role and participating in international fora. But of course, they also come with risks. And you also highlighted the importance of data privacy. And talking about data privacy, Germany has one of the strictest rules when it comes to data protection and privacy regulations. So that's why it's of course me approaching you, Luisa Amsberg. How can we marry the very strict and protective rules that we have in Germany with regards to data and the use of data with the need for more transparency of data and also to use them to make humanitarian action more efficient and quick to respond? So that's a very tricky question, I know, but it's about marrying the standards that we have with the situation on the ground.
Well, I think I'm not an expert, by the way, so I hardly know how to handle a computer. But but I think it's also a political question. Yeah. So of course we don't want to create more vulnerability, and I mean addressing with technology the aim to address power imbalance should never end up in strengthening these imbalance or the power on the wrong side. So, of course, also when you work in context with governments that are very restrictive and have a bad human rights record, for example, it is crucial that we focus on the point data protection and also, I mean, transparency so sometimes it feels like it is a dilemma in a way, transparency and data protection. But I think we have to have very high standards, and then we have to see what is possible. So the goal or the aim to have a good mapping and a good inside view of the situation on the ground and in the affected communities should never be more important, and that would be a political positioning here, should never be more important than data protection. So I think we have to start from there, having programs and working with partners that are trusted, can be trusted. And then we have to see how far we can go with our ideas of mapping and really have a good insight of the situation on the ground. So I think this is also the way Germany is handling our data protection. But as you know, I mean, we have once in a while very, very intense debates on, and also during COVID, I think it showed very, very well how easily it can be pushed aside when it comes to a goal that is more important. For example, finding out who is infected with COVID, for example. So, but I think we also learn from it. You need to have principles when it comes to data protection and personal data. So starting from there, and then I don't know how much is possible with the technologies and companies we have. Maybe Stuart knows better, but I think this would be a principle, not pushing that aside, but having this as a strong guideline and then see what happens.
Yes, and that's exactly what I was going to ask you, Stuart. Well, you know these bottlenecks better than any of us. So what is your approach to operationalize the existing but also jointly agreed frameworks that we have, and while tackling the power imbalances, so marrying the two? You are unmuted.
Sorry, Dorina, can you hear me now?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Great. And actually, both interventions set up this question nicely, because I think there are three considerations in terms of how we look at the support to implementing these global frameworks in different crisis contexts. One is something that Juliette mentioned, which is the real context specificity of how these technologies create risks and opportunities. And so what we've tried to do, both in the guidance itself and then the tools and templates that we and our partners have developed to support its implementation, is create a process that is flexible enough, right, in terms of how you think about the risks related to data and digital technologies, document those together, ideally through a participatory approach, and then devise mitigation measures without it being so context specific that it ends up being too heavy a process. Because ultimately, again, we're talking about supporting the delivery of assistance to people in need, and we need to be able to move quickly. So we don't want to put too heavy a process on, but that flexibility and room for contextual adaptation is essential. The second relates to something that Louise mentioned, which is the principles that really create a sort of common framework for reflecting on some of the more consequential balances that we have to sort of navigate in terms of ethical issues that arise when we look at collecting data to deliver better, faster assistance, or upholding the data subject's rights, as it were, and making sure that we're clear on what those consequences are, and that we have clear processes to the earlier point that Juliette made, that are representative of all stakeholders involved, right? And that's not something that yet you see in practice very commonly, but having a clear pathway for people affected by crisis, but also local actors to articulate their perspective on what risks might be introduced with some of these technologies, how we might reduce that risk while keeping the visibility and understanding of the needs and how to respond to them, and then critically, wherever possible, actually building on systems that already exist. And that's where the kind of nexus piece comes in. We have to have a holistic view of, in the technical jargon, the data ecosystem. What we mean by that is, what are all of the different channels and flows of data? What are the systems that populations are interacting with? Are they interacting with third-party service providers that we also need to make sure understand the humanitarian principles and the requirements for upholding them in the digital space? This gets quite complicated quite quickly, but having the framework of the overall guidance and then the principles which allow us to have a common discussion of risks and benefits, but then also identify clear mitigation measures that really put people at the center and also make sure that we're upholding their rights, I think is essential. One other quick remark on the last question from Louise. I think what we've found is now that we have a common language as a system around data responsibility and digital risk more broadly, that should help us engage more consistently with big technology companies and other service providers, because they have a key role to play here, and they need to understand that they're operating within the principled framework that guides all humanitarian action, not within the value system of Silicon Valley, right? So this is really where we want to kind of drive a consistent approach to identifying and navigating these issues and make sure that all actors involved, including those who might be seen as non-traditional humanitarians, understand the terms of engagement and understand that the protection and rights of the people we serve comes first and always must.
Thank you, Stuart. And talking about the different contexts that we have to refer to when using data, I'm now looking into the audience here in Berlin, but also I'm addressing you all online here. I think it's now time for you to jump in with your experiences, with your inputs and your questions. And I think it's best that we start this intervention with one of our discussants sharing his experience from his local context. And let me welcome you, Carlos Castillo again. You are the discussant to this panel. You're a community leader and representative of PCN Hilarios. It's a pleasure to have you here. If you want to pick the microphone and let us know your insights and your experiences.
Hi, everybody. I'm Carlos Castillo.
If you want, you can stand up because the camera is there so that everybody can see you. Perfect.
I'm Carlos Castillo for a process of Black community in Colombia. We are in different parts around the country. And almost the situation that we have is really similar with different communities in Africa people. And the principal topic that we can explain is about the leadership between the internal conflict that we have a lot, and because we have different criminal groups that, and we was the hope that this situation will be better, but with the agreement between the government with one guerrilla groups was in a difference or change the situation, but a difference in different other problems. Because, for example, we are in 40 million hectares, is more or less 35% the territory in our country, but we don't have the legal property, legal, I don't know, this territory didn't have a properly a legal, I don't know, documents, I don't know. And this is a big problem because, for example, this agreement between the government with the criminal groups have a different plans with our with our territories, yeah? Without the community including. And the digital revolution is a big tools that we can to get back for change this situation, and we are working with other different agreements because with indigenous and Afro-Colombian communities have different process for working in this topic and solution this problem in our country. Okay.
Thank you so much, Carlos.
Thanks a lot, Carlos. And I'm turning to Sonia now, our colleague from the Center for Humanitarian Action, who's helping us to understand if there had been any questions or comments raised online.
Yes, they have. This one works, great. So we basically have two questions. One, maybe Juliette, you'd like to take this one. It's about localization and how we actually make sure that we balance and monitor the global commitments that we make when it comes to localization, and make sure that we adhere to these commitments in practice, which in turn brings also more accountability when we actually keep adhering to the commitments that we make. And the second question, perhaps Stuart, one for you, is what are digital tools providing untapped potential for better participation and inclusion of local actors? And how is it that related to power imbalances that these opportunities are still untapped? So again, on this linkage of both topics, and why is there still sort of this gap still in practice? And then there was one comment more from Zulfikar, who said that in the discussion maybe it was overlooked that governments actually also play a crucial part in this, and that they utilize around 90% of the budget in various sectors. So we should not solely focus on INGOs in this topic, but also on the important role of governments, but more of a comment.
Thanks, Sonia. Maybe looking at the time, Juliette, do you want to have a quick response to the first question, which was referring to the localization piece?
In terms of how to monitor adherence to the global commitments, indeed for us, we are involved in advocacy on how the people who have committed can fulfill these commitments. We have localization, we have a framework for localization, and I think NIA has also produced very good document, and we use the indicators for monitoring the commitments. However, the people themselves who have committed to localization through Grand Bargain, through Charter for Change, should be able to have indicators to measure their progress in fulfilling the commitments. For me, as a local organization, mine is to see whether they are actually walking the talk, to say that. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. Maybe for those who want to raise a question on site, if you can already stand up and walk slowly towards the microphone in the front, happy to stand up, please, because we won't be able to take a lot of questions, but you can already start piling up. Stuart, question to you, which was raised online. I mean, what is the tapped or untapped potential for using technology to actually involve or engage more local actors?
I think, just to keep it brief, the untapped potential is twofold. One is actually getting the analog process change that's necessary to make the more sort of rapid and abundant availability of data transfer into change and impact, because we've seen the introduction of tools that make it easier to receive feedback from communities, but not yet systematically processes to actually hear that feedback, take it on board, and shift how we address and deliver assistance. The second is really more, I think, on the decision-making issues that Juliet has flagged, looking at how we might involve people affected by crisis in understanding the decisions that are being made around the design of programs and actually having a voice in those processes, whether that's virtual or analog. Again, these tools don't have to be end-to-end. Incorporating digital tools at some part in a process might be enough to unstick some of these imbalances.
Thanks, Stuart. Looking at you, Louise Armsberg, you want to comment on the government, or quickly?
Yeah, I can try. First of all, I can say, yeah, that's right. Of course, as donors, we are not only giving money, but we have the responsibility when it comes to our, because it's taxpayer money. There is, of course, the need for having good accountability mechanisms, and therefore would also help to have a good technology in the background where we can show that, but also we are not like just giving the money, we're also shaping how it is spent and in what system we are spending it. So with that, there comes also a big responsibility, of course, and that is why, and I just found it in my notes, because of course we are working also on these issues alongside with an NGO that is trying to engage in the tech sector and trying to build a strong cooperation where data protection, but also mapping and a real inside view is the goal. So that is what governments can also do and should do, because we are always in the situation to develop the system further. I mean, that must be the goal, right? To address humanitarian needs and also not, I don't like the term to empower communities because they are already empowered, but to really work with them. And this is what I found out during all my travels I've made to several countries. Humanitarian assistance is better when it comes from the community and when we are supporting it, and of course working together to shape them. And being a role model in that would be something I would really wish for this government. So I'm really thankful for the input today that is empowering for us. So.
Thanks a lot. Could you please introduce you quickly to know for the online audience who's also raising the question? And we have a small watch over there. I don't know how you call it in English, actually. Maybe the native speakers can help us out with a Sanduhr. Mm-hmm. To just let you know, very quickly, 1 minute to raise your questions. And the answers will also be very quickly looking at the time. And we will be very un-German. We will probably proceed over... Take a bit more time of your minutes. Please bear with us when we are running a bit late.
Okay, so not to take much of your time, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask my questions. I'm Artur Ahiev. I represent Israel-Germany organization. I will put this like this. I wanted to touch upon the digital accountability in terms of working with partner organizations such as Juliet. From my working experience, sometimes there are organizations who have less organization's capacity in order to fulfill the bar that we set in terms of digital accountability. So just based on the experience, we also invest into the facilitation and helping them to serve as a mediator, to serve them through this digital tax journey. And in terms of personal data protection, I just wanted to touch upon two aspects of it. The first one is, in order to be able to fulfill the humanitarian assistance, there is a specific list of personal data that we require. From the government perspective, from Louisa, what is the bare minimum that we have to ask them? Because when we want to protect something, maybe we shall not ask for more from the beneficiaries. And the second thing, it's more to Stuart. So I know that UN, OCHA have their own system of online system where you have your own servers and etc. I wanted to ask in terms of securing those data, whether whether there were actually any risk attempts to get the data from you by trying to break in, and what are the risk mitigations that you can recommend people to secure the data online? Maybe servers that you can recommend, whether it's Google or Amazon, any other. Thank you very much.
Right. Let's quickly continue, and we will wrap it up to see if we can also close it with the closing remarks. Tahir?
My name is Talha Keskin from IHH Humanitarian Foundation. I just have a quick question for Juliette, and thanks for delivering all those issues from your experience on the project management with the international partners. And thanks, Luis, for being so responsive to those issues, actually. And I'm just curious, for example, before this platform, were you able to raise these issues to the donors like Germany and other countries prior to this conference? Or, I mean, instead of this platform, are there any other ways to engage with the countries? I want to address to you the same, like what is the best and effective way to approach or engage with Germany on this regard? Thank you very much.
Kaya, your turn.
I'm waiting this out first, well, anyway, we're going to start first. So, Caillou Orellana, I work with the German INGO Hilfe zur Selbsthilfe e.V. So my question is going to Juliette as well. So first of all, I think the need to transfer personalized data regarding the vulnerabilities and personal specifications of a person in combination with her name is completely unnecessary in our field of work. There's no need to transfer the data to headquarters, to donors, to something. This is not necessary, so I think the discussion is completely obsolete, to be honest. Secondly, I wanted to ask Juliette, you said in your first intervention, you said that, of course, there's a lot of power imbalances also when it comes to participation. In your second intervention, you said that, but there were some digital changes because of COVID, where some logistical hurdles have been reduced since you were able to contribute and participate more in design of project and all the different. So what do you think? Where do we stand right now? So are we at a point where the digital means gave you the opportunity to actually participate enough, or is there more to do? Because I'm referring more to the foundations of our cooperation between INGOs and NNGOs, which is in particular the question of how we design contracts between INGOs and local NGOs when it comes to, is this a consortium or are you just a implementing partner? Because also, if INGOs are not giving you the means to work, there should be a design in the contract that is punishing them for not doing this, right? So maybe this is something to consider.
Let me just see. Maybe, Stuart, your question was the easiest one and straightforward, and maybe we can also follow up with clear questions on mitigating risk and what are your recommendations which you have come across.
Sure. I'm not sure that mitigating digital risk is straightforward, but certainly it's
but maybe the solutions you know.
Just to acknowledge, so the breach that the ICRC experienced last year shows that even organizations with quite a lot of resourcing and some of the top expertise in this sector on this issue are still vulnerable to cyber attacks. We actually just published a guidance note last month on the cyber implications for humanitarians. And so I'll share that in the chat, and perhaps the organizers can make that available also as part of the wrap up. This includes very practical guidance on making sure that you're using two-factor authentication through to more advanced recommendations on how to improve internal processes. So it's kind of a balance between high level and more micro recommendations. But the key is invest. So to the donors or foundation partners in the room, invest in this for all of your partners. Ultimately, it also poses a risk to your institution if their systems are insecure. To the German NGOs partnering with national NGOs, same thing. Make sure that you're investing in this as part of how you do what you do. Ultimately, responsible data management should be core to any digital tool being deployed in a crisis. And that's something that requires both financial investment and also technology investment. So put this as part of your design process, and you'll already be able to mitigate a lot of the risks that otherwise might arise later.
Thanks, Stuart. And maybe for those in the room, we have some ICRC colleagues with us, so you can bombard them with questions probably as well. No, but taking jokes aside, looking at you, Louise Armsberg, maybe quickly on the question with regard of the role of the government and the platforms which could be used to be in touch with the government, if there are any.
Well,
being a bit provocative.
I would say we could also do better in or creating platforms that help us building a policy. So we are now talking about how to connect the world with our government. But of course, I mean, I know that from various meetings and talks and panels that civil society is not very satisfied by reaching our government and addressing all these questions, especially placing there. And of course, I can't meet each and everyone, but I think this could also be something that, considering that we can meet up more often concretely on the idea how to connect better and also strengthen the whole humanitarian assistance field work with the governments. I mean, we need the input, that is for sure. So if there are people with ideas, my colleagues are here. We are a very small office in the Foreign Office, but of course, ask them, no. No, I mean, it is challenging to address all the needs and questions from civil society and the field workers, but we try to be responsible and reachable. And I just wanted to say to the colleague from HELP, that is something, of course, that what is data protection is all about. I mean, not only how to secure the data, but also which data we should collect and which we don't, and how to storage them. I mean, this is so not just saying data protection means that we collect and then we make sure that it is not, that it is protected, but also the question, what data we collect. When I say data protection, I mean also this. So it's absolutely right to highlight that we don't need every data from every person. So that is necessary to say, I think.
Last but not least, Juliet, there were a couple of questions for you. Looking at the time, unfortunately, we won't be, well, there's a break for you. You can continue bombarding Juliet during the break as well, I suppose. But maybe if you can try answer quickly on the questions around digital accountability, again, the platform discussion.
Yeah, to the question on the platform, I would say that we really don't have so many opportunities to engage with governments like we are engaging with German government today, because those high-level engagements are a little bit limited to local actors. However, over time, we are beginning to get spaces for engaging with government. It is still minimal. We need more space to engage with donors, with government. So at the moment, it's very minimal. And then the question about accountability issues related to digital engagements. Yes, I did say that it's an opportunity right now, but I would like to say that not so many local organizations have the capacity. They don't have the resources, so there's really need to invest. As an international organization, when you're partnering with the local organizations, you need to invest into digital technology. When we had COVID, most of the organizations would even barely have computers to work, to participate online, because maybe you just have maybe 3 laptops in an office. Internet, not so much is provided for internet services. And yet many international organizations prioritize communication. So local partners really still need investment in those areas. But in terms of accountability, I would like to say that we don't have much space to question international organizations. Once we have signed contracts, there's no way we can come back to question you because you don't provide for us that space. To the local organizations listening to me right now, I think we need to create solidarity among ourselves. We need to pay more attention to the contracts word by word so that we are able to hold international partners accountable, because sometimes we sign to these contracts because we want to remain relevant. We need the funding and we need to continue with business, well knowing that some of the terms are really not friendly. So it's upon ourselves, a challenge to us as local partners as well, to be keen, to be able to negotiate on certain terms before we sign on to those contracts, so that we take responsibility and we become more accountable as well to the communities we work with. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think there were already some, we had closing remarks as well, but I think every panelist was able to scratch them into their answers. So thanks a lot for all the panelists, to Stuart online, to Juliet on site, and Luisa Amsberg here in Berlin. I'm actually realizing that I keep on calling you Luisa Amsberg while everyone else I'm calling by first name, so apologies. It's a typical German international differences. So thanks for the audience online, thanks for the audience on site. We have now only a 20-minute break before we'll continue with the next panel, and you have to bear with me. I will be sitting on the next panel again, talking about technology with colleagues from the Lebanese Red Cross, GSMA, and where's the third one? I'm not seeing her yet, from the International Rescue Committee. So please stay with us online as well. We will meet in 20 minutes again. For those on site, grab coffee, continue bombarding the panelists with questions, and stay with us. Thanks a lot for everyone. just trying to continue with the German fashion of trying to be on time. Let's see. Let me put this aside. Okay. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are tuning in from. In Berlin, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We already had one session for those joining us online and who might have just only joined right now. We are on the second panel. Before we have been talking about power imbalances from a more global perspective, trying to understand where are we at the moment when it comes to equitable partnerships and as well as technologies, how they can use or can be used to tackle power imbalances. In this second panel, and unfortunately you'll have to listen to me for the next 5 minutes because I will give you a bit of a background and an introduction to our panelists before you will hear very interesting practical examples from the different organizations we have on the panel today. So we will be mainly talking about, in this panel, how digital technologies can actually be used to strengthen accountability, or probably not. So it's a question mark, and we will hope to understand more about it during this session. So just a quick reminder for those who have only joined us right now, I have to kick off with a few housekeeping rules. So for you to remember, the session will be recorded, so it will be made available externally. We have, for any questions and comments, Dr. Andrea Steinke, our colleague from the Center for Humanitarian Action, will help us with the online comments and questions after the panel discussion, and then we all again have a discussion with the audience and some special guests who will challenge the panelists on site. It's a 1-hour panel. We hope we'll be on time. We'll try our level best. But before starting the presentation and the discussion, a quick introduction of who's sitting on the plateau for today. Myself, for those who have been already around, I'm Andrea Düchting from the Center for Humanitarian Action. I'm a non-resident fellow, have been working on digital accountability, and I'm the main focal point on the work stream of data and digitalization. With me today, on my left, we have Barnaby Willits-King from the GSMA, and Barnaby, you know that I always keep on forgetting the abbreviation of what GSMA stands for, but it's GS Mobile Association, as far as I understand, but you will hopefully give us more insights about that later on. It's a network, a membership organization working with mobile operators based in the UK, and Barnaby himself is the Director of Research and Policy at the GSMA, and probably you know him from his present experience at the ODI Humanitarian Policy Group, where he was mainly working on digitalization and digital inclusion and the digital divide as well. So on our far left, we have Qassem Shalan, hopefully pronouncing it correctly, Qassem, joining us from the Lebanese Red Cross, from having flown in from Beirut. He's the Director of Disaster Risk Reduction at the Lebanese Red Cross, as already mentioned. And as if I understand correctly, it's your 20th anniversary with the Red Cross in Lebanon, since you joined in 93.
Joined 1993, it was almost 29.
Okay, so a lot of experience. He joined as an emergency medical technician during those days, and since 2012 he has been systematically scaling up disaster risk reduction in Lebanon with the work of the Lebanese Red Cross. Last but not least, we have Valentina Shafina, who is from the International Rescue Committee. She's the client responsiveness. Now I have to look at the board again. Client responsiveness and client-centered programming. So what this is all about, we will learn about in a second. Valentina has a lot of experience in working on accountability to affected populations, community engagement, and ways in increasing, strengthening participation of affected populations in humanitarian action. So sorry for this long story, and now I will give you a bit of a background of why we are sitting here and talking about digital accountability. And I have to click myself. Sorry, I forgot that one. Nope. Switch it on first, of course, since we are talking about technology. Here we go. Exactly. So why are we here talking about digital technologies to tackle power imbalances. So we at the Center for Humanitarian Action, we conducted, we published a paper earlier this year looking at how technology can actually strengthen participation and accountability. So some of the key findings which are relevant for the discussion today and which are based on a literature review and discussion with several practitioners working in the humanitarian field is, so to say, digital transformation is not happening overnight. It's a long journey, and we will hear about this journey later on. And we have to take into account that it can be an option, it's a viable option, but it's not the only one as well. So we have, as already mentioned in the previous panel, we have analog communication tools, we have digital communication tools, and it's a choice, and we need to understand which of the choices are actually preferred by the people we want to communicate with. So we also learned that it's not easy. So we talked about data protection, we talked about privacy, we talked about frameworks, we talked about investments, capabilities, capacities. So we need to find simple answers to operationalize actually a very complex topic into practical realities. And with the very experienced panelists today, we'll provide a couple of examples how this could actually work. So the practitioners I've spoken to mainly recommended that for actually having a digital transformation and also talking about accountability, and all of us who have been working on accountability know it's a mindset shift. It's not happening in a day. It's the way we approach, we co-create, we co-design our response and our way we work to support local communities. So we also need a nuanced approach, meaning on the one hand, we do have all these risks, and they are overwhelming, and they are very important, and we are all afraid, or we all know about data. We have heard about data protection in various forms, and because they are so overwhelming, we sometimes so often forget that people have a choice to choose if they want to use the WhatsApps, the Telegrams, the TikToks, or whatever, or if they want to continue talking with us face-to-face. So do we actually know what are these preferred communication channels? Do we actually know about it? At the same time, of course, we want to do no digital harm, and we want to, as we learned early on, not increasing accountability, but not vulnerability. And of course, that's why we are here, which we have been talking about. We have so many diverse stakeholders in the sector and in the ecosystem. We have the private sector, we have local Red Cross societies, we have local organizations, we have international organizations, INGOs. But we also need to listen and involve those whom we are meant to use this technology for. So there's the question of co-designing and co-creating, which Juliet was referring to in the previous panel as well, and I'm sure we'll learn about it from Qasim later on. With that, I will hand over soon to Qasim to give us some insights and experience from the Lebanese Cross, but we also want to involve the audience and understand, are you using actually digital technologies in your daily work to increase accountability? And if yes, how are you using it and which technologies are you using? So we would like to ask you to use a short survey. So you can access the survey either through the QR code, which is on the screen and online, or you can also use the hyperlink, which is shared in the chat, or using our webpage, the program conference webpage, Line-Upper. When you scroll down to the panel 2, you will have the link to the survey as well. We'll get back to the results in a second. With this, Qasim, I would like to hand over to you and ask you, I mean, we have been talking about, well, we have raised all these buzzwords of accountability, participation, engagement, and now having learned that you have been with the Lebanese Red Cross for so long, how have you been starting your journey on digital transformation? How have you been, well, using digital technologies to engage people? Over to you.
Thank you. Can I have the pointer, please?
Sure.
So done with, you took the code. Yeah? So through our experience as Lebanese Red Cross, we'll be speaking more about the digitalization and how we are using that on the preparedness and response and even during recovery. And again, always we need to ask ourselves why we are using digitalization. It is not about digitalization, and by itself alone, I mean, you will not find solution. So this is what we learn. The Lebanese Red Cross, we started in Lebanon since 1945, and we really start to focus on digitalization in 2018. But again, that really took us through the experience, and again, through our position with the government and the acceptance that we have with the local communities. So in addition to my role, I am the LRC focal person at the DRM at Council of Ministry. We're there where they are taking really all the decision when it comes to the national disaster risk reduction and national response preparedness. Because if you are speaking about change only at the level of organization, then simply there is no sustainability and it will stay at the level of the organization. And that it will end up on doing competition between different organizations. And there's always question, what is in for me? And for us, what we are trying to do is what we need to do for the community, and we should work with the community in order to maintain the sustainability. And for us, we start like baby steps. For us, the dream was we need to come to show map with points, really to understand where our operation is for the search and rescue. And then when we really start to invest more on the community preparedness and the government preparedness through the disaster risk reduction, we've done one visit to one of the local government, or actually union of municipality, where they are really focusing a lot on digitalization, and they was funded by big organization. And he just asked me, look at this map, we have all this multi-hazard existing. Then I asked him, can you please take me through the map? And simply he was not able to translate this map into action. So again, it is not really about we as international humanitarian organization. This is not how we can support the localization. I mean, it should come with the community in order to understand that. And now, if you can see really in these pictures here, we start to develop the survey based on the community need in order really to understand the local need, based on the multi-hazard that they are facing, based on the capacity that they are facing, and again, to help them to do like mitigation, prevention, and response. But in order to do that, we really make sure that we've done, because again here, like, one step back, who's our community? We are always speaking about community localization, and for us, there is multi-layers, the bottom-up and the up-bottom approach that they are feeding to each other. So when we really need to consult with the government, what is really existing, and what they know, and what they need, and how this data can really feed in and help them. Then you need to go back again to the local NGOs to really understand from them what they need and what is really existing within the international organization and within the government. And this is, we call it stakeholder mapping, stakeholder analysis, look at the existing and build on that. And for us, we took the scenario of 2006 war in Lebanon. If the people, they knew that it was really a big war where most of the roads are blocked and there's data required and people, they were requesting support. Again, I will jump back again to the Beirut blast in last 2 years, where we see how this data help us. Again, it's really good and bad story. For us, you will not be able to test this tool unless there's something happen. And in Lebanon, we are in a response mode every day, and we are doing development as we go. So we were really able to test and pilot all this part. So we developed 33 data collection survey on all of the capacity that we found out the local NGO, international NGOs, UN, and the government need. So this is the buy-in. And then again, why we need this data? It's when we need to save life. It should help us to access this information easier, and we need really to establish platform easy to deal and easy to use. How we come up with this data? We consult with the community communities, they are speaking about it. And then communities, they map it on the paper where it is. And then jointly with the community, we go down to start to collect this information, and we empower the local authorities to keep updating this information. I'm not saying life is easy and it's functioning everywhere. And again, we again looked at the other part. So all this data that we are collecting here, it's really pumping here. And then we start to speak about the multi-hazards that the communities that they are facing, and they just draw it on the map, and then our team, they go down, and they just sketch the hazard, and it's not only about the hazards that they are facing, even the impact, because we really need to see the impact. So based on that, and based on the existing capacity, can really help us to take the right decision. Then during Beirut blast, we found out that this data is really very relevant to help us to take decision. But then we need to find a way how we can communicate with the community in order to address their need. And we start really to look for a solution. So why we came to this idea, because we found out people, they are in the news, they are saying, no one answering the phone, we are not able to reach them. And then we consult with the local NGOs and with the international NGOs. And we came up, we work on the CRM system, where it's like starting to do complete comprehensive mechanism. I'm not sure about the time, it's not moving.
The clock is running.
How many minutes I still have? No? Okay.
A few more minutes.
I will jump faster then. So for us, and based on this data, we were like better prepared during cholera. So during COVID-19, we established survey on the survey 123, where the community can request oxygen machine. And then it's not limited to, even we found out that communities that they are not able to use the survey, how they can do it, they can just simply call the hotline. So again, there's no one solution fit all. You need to work really on the multi-function. We were better prepared during cholera based on all the lessons learned that we learned from COVID, where they took decisions, they need to do mass vaccine at the country level. Since we have the capacity of the hospitals, pharmacies, PHCs, schools, etc., we just took this map, we added there, and we share this information with other organizations to help them to understand really what is the need and where is the special need as well, to help them to faster respond. Actually, normally I go this presentation for 2 hours. I'm trying to do it in 10 minutes. And really the last point, where we again doing very engagement with a scientific national research center at the country, where we engage with scientific body, with the DRM at Council of Ministry, where they are the decision makers. And again, we used our experience with them, and we came up again to this dashboard. It's helping for early warning mechanism for the forest fire for today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Simply, I will conclude here, and I will be around if you have any questions later on. In order to do that change, we need really to come together. Community, local institution, private sector, government, and the scientific body. And we should build on existing mechanism and existing structures to maintain the sustainability as we go. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kasim. You can leave it.
I forgot to mention, you have the barcode here where we have the story map. All what I just presented, you can see it in the nice story map.
Exactly. Thanks a lot, Kasim. That was super impressive. And I took a few notes for the next panelists to complement what you have been talking about. You said that we have to come together all. We have to discuss as a community. So that's why we also have, let me call it, I'm not sure if it's actually correct to say that GSMA is a private sector representative. Barnaby with us today. So, but before moving to the question to you, Barnaby. We would like to understand if you actually use technologies in your daily work and what kind of tools are you using, because for any kind of tools you are using, you would need connectivity by mobile operators, which Barnaby will be soon talking about. So if we can get the results from the survey, that would be brilliant, just to get an idea if our assumption proved wrong or false. So most of you are using it. That's a pretty overwhelming kind of feedback. And then let's see what kind of tools are you using. Okay, so I guess most of the tools, and we have been mainly asking about digital tools, of course, they all need connectivity. And as we were assuming, there are not so many colleagues or organizations using chat or voice bots yet. So let's see if we can learn a bit about how this could actually be helpful or maybe too risky to apply. So Barnaby, we have now learned that most of the organizations are using digital technologies in one way or the other for supporting and engaging affected populations. So what is the role of the private sector or an organization like GSMA to share those experiences? Over to you.
Thank you. Let me try. Hi there. Thanks very much, Andrea, and thanks, Carsten, for that. Really, I'm going to also talk a bit about Lebanon, but just sort of taking up your point about the use of technology. 95% of the world is covered by mobile internet, and over half of the world is actually using it. So, I mean, really interesting results there. So much use of technology. So it's enormous reach of mobile technology, which means it's super important to engage people where they are. This is an increasingly digital and mobile sort of platform for engaging. So mobile operators can strengthen accountability, to answer the question simply, by providing a platform for affected people, for humanitarians, and that includes local actors. So the GSMA is the global trade association of the mobile phone industry, and we have over 700 mobile network operators as members across the world. And the program I'm in, the Mobile for Humanitarian Innovation program, is part of the foundation activities, which is funded by the UK government. And our aim is to support and expand responsible digital ecosystems in humanitarian crisis. And we do this through innovation grant funding, partnerships connecting the tech industry and humanitarian agencies. And we also work with governments to overcome policy and regulatory barriers. And then finally, research and learning to build an evidence base on how to do this effectively. And there'll be some links on the presentation. So a lot of what we do effectively is to encourage the industry to do more to support humanitarian crises, not through giving money particularly, but through appropriate innovation, through responsible partnerships, and overcoming some of these legal regulatory barriers. So to get a bit more specific, there's lots of ways that I think we've heard about already in terms of how agencies use mobile services for accountability. There's hotlines, different apps, two-way engagement, as well as the sort of broader things that we heard about in terms of assessments, data collection, mapping. And so I think the theme of successful partnerships is really important, because successful mobile operators have a very good understanding of how people use mobile services and how to design something effective for them. And I think where they then co-design something, a product with humanitarians and other local organizations, they can together make sure that these are appropriate, consistent with humanitarian principles, and also adhere to good practice in terms of data protection, which is something that mobile industry has to take very seriously. So a specific example of where the GSMA has brought together technology and humanitarian agencies to support accountability and participation is a chatbot for engagement with Syrian refugees in Lebanon. It's called Solace Bot. So we provided a fund to the NGO, a grant to the NGO Solidarité, and they developed a WhatsApp messaging chatbot for Syrians. It supports in 300 field sites, so it's a very extensive program. They were finding their telephone hotline was often busy. People didn't feel like they were actually being listened to. So to this point about designing for how people use the technology, the chatbot used WhatsApp, which was a very common platform, but it also incorporated voice recognition and used machine learning because people very comfortable with leaving voice notes to provide feedback. So this was a really interesting example of where actually this was co-designed between an NGO working with a vulnerable community, but with the technology platforms. Just to sort of point to another area that I think is really useful and important, particularly in humanitarian crises, is the use of anonymous platforms. And one of these that many of you may be familiar with is Loop, which I think is a really important example of how, particularly where you can have it in a mobile-enabled way, so people can really access a platform to provide anonymous feedback, particularly on sensitive issues. This is a way to encourage people to engage, to encourage communication, but to do it anonymously so the sensitive information isn't at risk. So I guess I'll just close by saying the key theme that we see in our programming, and I'm happy to talk about it more later, is meeting people where they are. And so many people are digital, but we'll come back to where that can be a challenge and how we overcome some of the risks of exclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Barnaby, and thanks for this very nice, for me, helping me to ask my next question to Valentina, actually. Because as you mentioned, I mean, there's so many people are online nowadays and are connected, but we also have people who are not connected, and we also learned that it's very context-specific, and that's why we have also, well, looking at the International Rescue Committee, Valentina, looking at you, you have a client responsiveness approach. What does that actually mean? And when you think of technology and when you have introduced technology in your work from a client responsiveness perspective, how do you approach it? And what are your experience when using technologies to actually strengthen accountability and participation?
Thanks a lot. It might be a very yellow slide, so maybe let us move to the next one. So yeah, I think just additional food for thought to the audience today. I will take us a bit step back, closer to the concepts of accountability to affected populations. We have been talking about it. I mean, since I started working in the humanitarian sector, I feel like grand bargaining, participation, devolution was on the agenda, and like since I've been working, the progress is not really advanced, and now people turn more and more towards technology to basically find new methods, solutions to finally be accountable to the populations that we serve. But I will take a step back around what we observed within the organization is around the behavior, internal incentives. So like, yes, we have the global commitments. Yes, we all understand and agree that we need to follow them, but there are all the time other priorities, risks. We all work in crisis settings. So how do we actually hold ourselves accountable to those AAP commitments, but also provide systems, methods for community, for effective communication with people to, do the same with us. So what we have been doing within IRC for quite some time is basically to shift those organizational strategic priorities and incentives among our staff. So one of the first steps for us was to not talk about beneficiaries anymore, because it's a very disempowering term. It doesn't really help anyone. It doesn't really help us with working with the frontline staff and basically communicating this message that you have to be engaged with the communities. You need to listen to their needs. You need to prefer communication with them using the methods that they would like to communicate with you, and you need to spend time working with the communities and not just write another proposal at your desk. So yeah, one of the areas that helped us to like shift these internal incentives to really put this term within our organizational AAP framework was around client responsiveness and using terms of clients, maybe bringing us more to the perspective of humanitarian agency provides services. We're supposed to provide services based on the needs and preferences of the clients that we serve. In the private sector, like the power imbalances or like the power relations are completely different. Clients decide where they bring their money. In our sector, unfortunately, these powers are not exactly the same. So people are supposed to benefit from the services, but actually they don't decide what they would like to receive. They just get something provided by the agencies, also with the trust most likely to the agencies that they, of course, will provide what is needed. But, well, that's not always the case. So I think, yeah, one of the internal organizational strategy was really to like shift this perspective. And, you know, like sometimes I feel like, now I'm going the wrong way. I feel like simple things of just communicating it within the organization, that it is organizational strategy, it is an organizational culture, it is applicable for all staff to make sure that clients are in the center. Doesn't matter where you work. If you work in finance, in supply chain, in programming, it was really very helpful and powerful within the organization to align it with our mission, values, and like I work just like on one sector of client responsiveness, part of the small team, and we're supposed to influence the shift within the whole organization that operates in, I don't know, over 30 countries. And this is not easy, but I would say it really helps to go with this like one organizational voice, and among all the priorities that we're working on, to put it at the center, to make a clear message that you have to do it. It's everyone's responsibility. It's not only the responsibility of the meal unit to set up a survey. It's not the responsibility maybe of a person to set up a WhatsApp channel and then magically respond to, I don't know, 500 requests per day. This is physically not possible. So I think that's where it takes me to the solution with the technologies. So when we open communication channels, and of course with like good intentions, we do open them with like hotlines, SMS. I was surprised to see so many responses with social media accounts. I would love to hear how people manage data security and privacy with these methods. But like you open the channel, and of course people are hungry for information, so they go and use it. But how do you do data management? So I would never work with our teams to open hotline without actually having standard operating procedures, roles and responsibilities, data management. Imagine tomorrow you get 500 responses, what you will do with that. If you get those and you don't get back to people, people don't call the line, they don't get a response, they are dissatisfied, they're really annoyed with the support that they're supposed to receive, they're promised, but like nothing is coming out of it. So that's really not helpful, and this is when technology comes in. We have several examples with more of a like low-cost solution when you just use open platforms like Comcare, Power BI. It's for free, maybe not Power BI, but at least Comcare. You do case management forms, you do data management, you do data floors, you train your staff, and they are responsible to do this work because they see this very yellow sign every day at their workspace that they have to put clients at the center. When you open the hotline, again, using the examples of the private sector, like customer support from the private sector, we all call the hotlines, and I do love chatbots, but I'm the kind of person that I use the voice, but most likely I just wait till the operator answers. So yes, that's how we work, and that's how a lot of people, and I would say, especially looking at the preferences of our clients, I'm actually asking, how would you like to communicate with us? Most likely they would like to speak to a real person. I mean, with the chat box, I actually also agree that it's a very good solution when you have ready responses, but with the tendency how fast tracking our programming is, how many changes we do, sometimes like updating our frequently asked questions and responses, basically you have to update them maybe every day, and this is time and effort. So yes, there should be a real person on the ad line, and yes, it is an investment, but there are also tech solutions that will help us with like, I don't know, waiting lines. There are ticketing systems like Jira and Zendesk that helps you with that as well. So I would say, yeah, there are solutions. Technology helps to that for that terms, but it's kind of like one piece of the puzzle. There is a lot about organizational culture. There is a lot about buy-in and prioritization from your staff who works with clients on the day-to-day basis. And yes, of course, technology can help us with the rest. So yeah, thanks a lot for your attention.
So technology can help us with the rest. Taking your words now, Kasim, asking you, I mean, you said it was, well, yesterday you said it's a long journey when we spoke. So in a quick few words, what were the main milestones on this journey to actually co-create, have local actors involved, and to go digital?
6 years and 5 minutes. For us, one of the main challenges that we found out, you see the operation team working alone, and you have the IM and the development team on the other side. And that really will achieve nothing. Because for us, the IM team, they should develop based on the need of the operation team to feed in the community need. And this is for us what we really change. We make sure, even with all of our stakeholders, we run through workshop, we put the IM team together and the operation team together, and we've done brainstorming, then the operations, they start to understand what the system can do, and then the development, they start to understand more what the operation team, they need. Because at the end, we need to accept by starting, we need to start baby steps. We cannot do everything. And we do, and we really need to understand that we will do a lot of mistakes at the beginning, and then we should to learn from our mistake. And this is another point, that we are not learning from our mistakes, and we are not building on existing, development. Take the scenario of COVID-19. There's a lot of things happen. Now, when we went back to speak about cholera, we start from scratch. There's already a lot of things taking place. So this is one. Second, there's always question, what is in for me? And for us, again, for all of the international organizations, the question, it should be what is in for the communities. And we really should to come together. It's not about competition, because what we found out that when we run to any workshop, everyone trying to introduce what they have, instead of listen what is existing at the country and how you can help them to maintain this sustainability. And the last point for the partners and donors and back donors, it's really very important to focus on the complementarity, on doing linkages between the dots. And if you fund, and if you need to fund any projects, our recommendation is really very important to see, look at the existing projects taking place. Let's to make sure that there's proper mapping, and it's very important for the donors to speak with each other. It's not only the international organization or the local organization, by forcing all of us. At the end, it's one business. All of us, we should force each other's to come together. It will not happen overnight. Then we can save a lot of money. We can do a lot of achievement by building on different projects. This is a complementary approach. Thank you.
So if it's a complementary approach, what is the private sector bringing to the table, Barnaby? We heard about the challenges which Valentina was referring to, and probably the private sector or mobile operators, you mentioned there are more than 700 stakeholders. How can they support the sector in overcoming those challenges?
It's a really good question. I think actually sort of client responsiveness, as Valentina uses the term, is definitely one of the elements of it. But I just want to say a little bit about this question of how do we improve people's connections and avoid exclusion, because the world is becoming more connected, but people in crisis are often the least connected. And as we heard from the previous panel, being connected comes with its new risks that are attached to that. So I think the best example is where mobile companies, in our case, actually see it's important to invest in a particular service in a particular area where that's going to allow accessibility to women or people with disabilities. And there are some operators who see this and they see the business case. And there's a very good example in Pakistan. Jazz, the operator there, has got a really progressive approach to inclusion. But it's not true of every part of the industry. So some of the things that we do to encourage that and encourage this sort of mutual learning is better understanding the challenges. So this is context-specific understanding, really understanding the local context. We have a tool, actually, if I can find the slide again, which is called Conua, which is the Connectivity Needs and Usage Assessment Tool. And, okay, don't worry.
Let the colleagues work. Maybe you can search for it.
That's all right. Anyway, this is about understanding where there is connectivity. And it's something we developed with Reach and with the Emergency Telecoms Cluster. Yeah, there it is, Conua. Thank you. And that's so you can see where there is connectivity and make the case for where you need connectivity. So a really good example is from Sudan, where this survey was done. It established that actually there wasn't much connectivity in refugee hosting areas. And so actually UNDP ended up funding temporary mobile towers to actually show the operators, look, there are tens of thousands of refugees here, really actually desperate to use your services, humanitarian agencies who want to do mobile money, cash transfers. So it's worth you actually putting your money in there. And so that's actually led to permanent infrastructure. So there's a real sort of, partnership there. But also researching the barriers is critical. This is something we spend a lot of time looking at. Is it about, can people afford handsets? Can they afford data? Can they charge their phones? These are all barriers that, we're all familiar with, but even more so in humanitarian crises. Are there legal barriers like refugees not being able to access or register SIM cards, and then cultural, social, particularly language barriers? Next week, we're actually going to be publishing the annual mobile gender gap report. And one of the statistics in that annual report is that women are 19% less likely than men to use mobile internet in lower middle income countries. And that's actually, the gap is widening, having closed a bit during COVID. So sort of understanding why that is critical. And we did some reports, some primary field research in 3 displacement contexts: Papua New Guinea, Lebanon, and South Sudan, which was called the Digital Worlds Research. And I'm just going to go back to this, the Digital Worlds of Displacement Affected Communities. And this was really understanding how differently people use their phones. So in Papua New Guinea, there was a big language barrier, as well as digital literacy being a huge barrier. Whereas in Lebanon, huge challenge was around scams for people getting messages on their phone about resettlement. So understanding the different challenges is critical. And digital literacy and trust, actually trusting to use the chatbot, was a good example of where actually people don't always trust the chatbot for the reasons that Valentina said. So we have also got a mobile internet skills training toolkit, which has been used in 27 countries. Just a final thing where I guess it's sort of another example of where we've learned across between the private sector and humanitarian agencies is in Rwanda, the mobile operator there has trained their agents on the humanitarian code of conduct for when they're actually working with refugees, so they understand the particular situation that refugees are in. So I guess those are just a few examples of some of the ways in which private sector tools working with humanitarian agencies have sort of been tried in particular countries and then actually scaled up. And I think the very practical partnerships are really the way to learn, combining this sort of client responsiveness with the sort of humanitarian understanding of the needs of affected people. Thanks.
Thanks, Barnaby. Before turning to the discussants, the last question to you, Valentina. So, as Barnaby was just saying, combining client responsiveness and technologies or private sector perspectives, how is that actually possible, and what is your experience on that one?
Yeah, very, very good question, and I think that's where I will turn more to the work, or like one of the enablers that we know is very critical around the work with like partners and frontline staff. So, we do develop a lot of very fancy tools, sometimes at the HQ level or through the country program, tech team that like, yes, we have the problem, we'll tackle it. And then with the expectation that, like in the end of the day, people who will be using it on the day-to-day basis are those who work with clients, with the affected population on the day-to-day basis. So our key priority needs to be that people on the frontline staff feel comfortable using it. We make sure that in multiple cases, the results of a huge assessment was actually saved just by talking to the frontline staff who works with the affected communities every day. You don't necessarily, like, humanitarian sector loves assessments, right? Like, we have so many of them. But I think we need to reconsider how much information and how much empowerment we need to give and facilitate with partners and frontline staff who knows much better, do people use mobile phones, and what is the access in a way that we all see, like when we live in the community, we don't need an assessment to see who is using phone or not. We basically have this information. Frontline staff are usually coming from the communities that we serve. So how about talking to them? How about making sure that they are eyes and ears of the areas where we work, and they can be much more involved in the design of the communication channels, design of our programs, design of our interventions, and they are the one who, at the end of the day, are face of the organization. So I think this is a huge component on the people puzzle, and what I sometimes refer as a people, processes, technology, in a way that people that work within the organization, they need to value client values, the client perspectives, client feedback, client complaints, and really take it very serious and act upon it. That builds trust. They are the one who represent their organization, so people need to trust them, even to call the hotline that has your logo, or to use the chat box, or to answer your survey questions honestly, because the humanitarian responses usually takes quite several years. People are getting surveyed and assessed multiple times while they live in the refugee settings. And people are smart, they know the questions, they hear the same people coming over and asking them the same questions. And well, you can use the system, you can turn it around, you can answer, but it's really sometimes the way that we need to use this personal communication through the frontline staff and also support it with the technology. So just technology, again, it can help a lot. Private sector has a lot of experience around the efficiency, so we need to learn from them around the efficiency. We need to learn from them not to develop and use software for each and every problem. There are so many existing solutions that we need to use, maybe pay for some subscription, but it potentially has been tested by the private sector. We don't need to test it ourselves. Yes, we need to adapt it to a crisis setting. This is understandable. But yeah, if I see another team who are opening a call for a vendor to develop a platform software, that personally makes me very unhappy, because we don't need another platform to be developed. We need to build on the experience that private sector is already doing and adapt it to the crisis settings, but we need to make sure that our frontline staff is also on board and able, capacitated, trained when needed to use it in the best way possible. So yeah, that's my
Thanks a lot. At least I feel it that there's a bunch of experience and a lot of examples out there and on the panel as well. And I'm already alerting you, we'll be running 5 minutes late, so bear with me. I would like to turn, based on what we have learned and all the examples from the different stakeholders in the sector, I would like to turn to our discussants and those who have tuned in online. We have a special role during our session. We have 2 discussants for this session. We have 2 colleagues represented from the so-called Global South, or local partners, or just colleagues, who challenge us on the panel to give us a feedback of what they have heard and what they have taken along, and maybe raise a question. So let me turn to Chilande first, who's tuning in from, I think, Nairobi, or Kenya at least. Great. Unfortunately, Chilande couldn't make it in person. She is representing the Rwanda Advisory Center, so has a bunch of very experience, a lot. And Chilande, we are looking forward to hearing from you what you have, or what you would just want to share with the panel, with us. Over to you.
Thank you, Andrea. And it's like Valentina had what was going on in my head when she made her last comments and made me throw away all my other bullet points. But especially really appreciating the role that, what you're calling the frontline workers. I'm assuming these are some of your local country colleagues. Has to play in trying to get some of these things up and running, and some of this acceptance of the tools that we are trying to put out there going much faster. So thank you for those comments, and thank you for the comments that everybody has put out there. Kasim, I appreciate that you especially the acknowledgement that it's a journey that you're making. It's been 6 years and a few hours. I suspect you will multiply that before we get to where we want to get to. But thank you for that. On this question around how we're using digital technologies to reinforce accountability in humanitarian action, one of the things when I was just smiling, and even as I was listening to all of you speak, I kept going back to, I think technology is fantastic, but from where I'm seated, I always have to go back to that this technology is either being developed or being administered by human beings. And when you think about it from an accountability perspective, sometimes it's not just about the technology, but the human behind some of these technologies that makes it either difficult or very easy for this to open up the doors that we want to open. When you're thinking about accountability in humanitarian action, certainly from the civil society organizations that I've been working with in sub-Saharan Africa, quite a lot, there's a lot of prerequisites to ensuring that we do see and feel that accountability across the board. What tends to happen is that we try to use technology to get information, to mine information. We design technologies to collect information for us to make decisions, for us to understand, for us to therefore come back with solutions. And I'm liking the tempo that has been set by the panelists, which basically moves away from being extractive, because that's how technology tends to be introduced to some of our communities, and actually starting to look at how do we actually begin to have participation, how do we actually begin to have meaningful participation in this sector, so that we can actually get sustainable, effective and sustainable solutions to the challenges that we all face. So some of the things that I want to keep challenging us, those of us who are coming up with technologies, those of us who are thinking about using technologies, is how are we using this technology to enforce what we call dynamic accountability across the whole spectrum of the stakeholders that are involved in humanitarian actions. It's not just about getting information from the community to the other side. How do we ensure that this technology also helps us the other way round? How are we, as those of us who are administering this tech, being accountable when we take in this information and when we analyze it? What else? What happens then? How do we then go back to the community in a way that is meaningful, in such a way that they then get encouraged to keep participating or interacting with some of these technologies? I'm not surprised that social media was top of the list of how we engage with our clients, because it allows us to be interactive. It's much better than, for example, a Survey Monkey, where I type in and I send it to you, and then I have to wait for the executive summary of a document to tell me what the issues were. So just as an example, I think what we want to do is use more and more technology in this action that encourages interaction, that the feedback loop is continuous, that we are getting information, we are feeding it this way, and this information is also being fed back on the other way. So what I would, because I know we don't have much time, what I want to put out there as things for us to consider as we use more of this technology in humanitarian action is, what are we doing? How are we using technology to ensure that we are working in a way that is easy for others to see what we are doing, even for those of us, so that we open up the space between the two. Let's use technology in a way that actually creates, that eases that interaction. I know what you're doing, and I know, most importantly, I know why you're doing that. I know why you're bringing this technology. So I was very appreciative of the narrative that I had, where especially I think it was you, Barnaby, that talked about spending some time to explain the why of a certain tool. The second thing I'll say is, then how do we then use this in ways that are appropriate to all our different communities, to help us listen and help us to be open to constructive criticism that comes, so that we can learn together, so that we can make decisions together, we can address them together, so that solutions are not only being set by one side. I think technology is not being utilized enough to actually have co-creation of decisions and solutions to the challenges that we face. How are we ensuring that there's multiple stakeholders that are playing an active role across the whole chain of humanitarian actions that we're trying to take? How are we then building relationships along with this technology that we are putting out there, so that we don't just become very transactional. It doesn't just become a scientific affair that is, a scientific process of utilizing this tech. And lastly, what I'll say is, therefore, let us reflect a little bit on therefore the changes that we need to make with how we utilize, what technology we're using, how we utilize it, and then the so what after that, to make this a meaningful stakeholder engagement that encourages credibility across all the different stakeholders, that encourages clarity, that maintains respect across the board, and most importantly, that encourages trust. across the whole engagement of the key stakeholders. Now, I could say so much more, but I just want to put those out there for now because I was told I have about 3 minutes. I'll be back. Next time, if I came, I would say some more, but thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks a lot, Shilane. It was actually, I guess, 6 minutes, but that's fair enough. Don't worry. Quickly turning to you, Maria Vanessa, we have a second discussant to give her some feedback before turning to the questions, and then we'll combine everything to wrap up in a very probably kind of speed dialing, speed reacting way of trying to take the time. But first to you, Vanessa. Thanks for joining us from Caritas Colombia, and we are happy to listen to you, what your reactions are to what have been just discussed.
Thanks. Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Vanessa Mendoza. I work in Caritas Colombia and a focal point for Together project. First, one second, my notes. Connecting with Julie's ideas in the previous panel and with Casey. In this panel, it's very important that donors listen more the needs and difficulties at the local level. I think that many donors establishing requirements, but it's difficult to find qualified staff in different different locals, place. Okay. But the local organization don't have access to resources in many times. And in conclusion, the generation of capacities and condition at the local level is very important. And I have a question to Kaisen. What solution do you suggest in remote areas without internet, for example, Amazonas in Colombia's case, for example? Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Vanessa. We will pick up that question in our wrap-up session, so bear with us that I think we have so much to learn about, and we have mentioned early on it's a complex topic, and I think there's a lot to discuss, but we also want to hear, of course, from your end if there had been any questions from the chat. And looking at Andrea's face, I imagine it has been quite active.
Yes, I have 2 questions and 2 comments for our panelists or for our whole audience here. The first question is from Abdul Khan, who asks, what are the measures already taken regarding digital downward accountability toward the affected population / in refugee settings? There's another question from a German organization, which I think goes to the IRC and the Red Cross. Does your organization partner with tech companies from the private sector to learn, especially from customer relations management, for example? And if so, do you see value in that kind of conversation? Then there is a couple of comments. The first one from Fassari Traoré, who thinks that this conference is really important and interesting, but he would appreciate, or it would also make the conference better if we would think about ways to include French-speaking audience as well. So this is something that we as CHA would take with us and try to be better next time. And I guess there is a digital solution for this one as well. And the last comment from the chat goes to Kasem from Hanichar, who says, excellent presentation, very much enriching and valuable. And I think this is something that we should also present here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. The quick run for those who want to raise an on-site question. I hope you're not too tired to ask questions. Quickly. We will pick up two or three more questions, and then we'll wrap up in the follow-up session. The mics are in front. Please quickly introduce yourself for the colleagues online to know who's speaking. And thank you for turning the... Does it
Hello?
actually in English?
It's working?
Yeah.
I'm Patrick Hamadi. I work at Humedica here in Germany, in the Alps. I'm a policy advisor there. My question is, I think I've listened to all of you and I stand in full agreement to you. In fact, we ought to clap you. But I have one burning question that is on my mind. One, we realize technology is not necessarily developing at the same pace everywhere throughout. For example, many of the countries in sub-Saharan, many people have telephones. That's not an issue. I was the other day in a desert in Sudan, and I saw somebody, a Sudanese, in a camel with a charger, cell phone charger, a solar charger. So the issue of phones and communication is not a problem. But the issue is what type, what scale, and all that. So the tools you're developing, are they accessible to all these different levels of of gadgetries that are available in the different settings? Because if that is not being taken care of, then somebody would complain about technology apartheid within the humanitarian setting. That's the question that I had burning in me. Bye. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So people are not yet fully asleep, so give us 5 more minutes to answer those questions. Let me turn to you first, Barnaby. There was a question, maybe we can pick on the last one, and what has been already done actually in terms of digital accountability, and what kind of skills are actually needed to make those tools which are available at the moment accessible to those who might not have the right or sufficient digital literacy, data literacy capabilities. So what is your key message which you want to take us home?
Yeah, I mean, I think to sort of emphasize what I was saying earlier, I think this question of understanding what the barriers are, whether it's a technology question in terms of actually mobile isn't the answer, as we heard from Vanessa, you may not actually have connectivity, you can't rely on it. Or you have a very simple phone. So I think designing for the appropriate technology or no technology is really important. And then understanding where the people, are not actually able to access those services. They don't have literacy. It's in the wrong language. It's not in French. So there's so many barriers. And it sounds obvious, but actually, I think so many programs you see don't have the resources, don't have the time, particularly in a crisis, to understand what those barriers are. But I think my final message is really, there's a building evidence base, and it's something that we're really keen to build, this evidence base of where are some of the challenges, but where are some of the solutions, because there are solutions out there.
Thanks a lot, Barnaby. Valentina, there was a question on the tech partnerships. What is your experience, and what is the added value working with the technology or IT tech sector, and what is your key message which you want people to take home?
Yeah, I think in our case, we do have several instances of learning more and using Jira, Zendesk, that are private softwares, and yes, a lot of customer support services use them. But it definitely is something that in each context needs to be identified for the area where we work. What is unfortunately the situation that private sector doesn't come across is a lot around the coordination between mobile operators. So it seems to be such a easy fix to set up a one single short hotline number in Germany, in Berlin. But when you start doing it in Colombia, in Kabul, or in Amman even, it seems to be such a complicated process that if people who haven't worked on this before and just rushing into these problems makes a lot of mistakes in the beginning, and then it becomes a very expensive thing to fix something in the process or just basically delete and start from the beginning. So I would say looking at the local providers first, coordinating with, where possible, international platforms, because once you develop it in one context, most likely with much cheaper and faster pace, you can apply it in another context. And basically, instead of developing something very country-specific, you can take your pilot, your example from Latin America and move it to Middle East or other way around, and basically applying with the right language and coordination with mobile operators is really something that has been recently frustrating very much, because apparently they don't always coordinate in one country. Yeah, that's definitely something that worth investing, because it helps you to better set up this two-way communication. One comment that I wanted to share around the participation that we heard from colleagues from Nairobi, from Kenya, is that technology will not solve participation just by itself, because participation includes this factor of people being involved in this process, and especially decision makers, to making changes based on what they hear, also, I mean, all the way going back to the donors as well, that yes, sometimes we do hear through the needs assessment, like participatory methods that we might have like used to what people would like to see being provided to them. And then we look at the different proposals that we might be running to different donors, and none of them are open to that. So the response that we can go back and give the community is that we don't have the right donor to write this proposal to meet your needs, because maybe it's very specific, or maybe, I guess, again, our colleagues in Nairobi can teach us so much about the mobile money and mobile cash. And this is one of the very, one of the services that gives so much choice and so much participation to the clients in a way that they make the choice that how they want to spend this money. They make the choice what to do with this humanitarian aid donor funding. And this is also very empowering. It's only one example, and there are definitely more, but you cannot ignore this fact, and you cannot use an excuse that it doesn't work in areas with lower connectivity. If you provide this option, connectivity will come through, solar power will come through, people will go for it because this is potentially what they would have chosen themselves. So yeah, I guess being more open and being more flexible and just recognizing that this change needs to be happening will be extremely helpful and remove quite a lot of barriers on the way as well.
Thanks a lot. So this change needs to be happening. Looking back at your digital transformation journey, Qasim, there was the question on how you approach areas which are not actually connected and where there's no connectivity. So what is your experience, and what is your key message which you want to revert to the community and to the colleagues?
Sure. So for us, again, as it's mentioned by my colleague, community participation is a key, and based on your questions. So and as you see in my previous presentation, so the communities are speaking about their vulnerability, capacity, and hazard. Then for us, we are using ArcGIS map on its Esri tool, and we are using the survey 123, which is, we can use it offline. And then when you go back to your office, then when it is connected, then all the information, it's uploaded. So this is one. Two, in case of any crisis, connection, it may fail in any place. Due to that, and part of preparedness, what we do like screenshot, PDF maps, and again, with all of the information required, with just we make sure that it is existing, that in case of anything happen, we just go back to the old days, but it's already prepared ahead of time until you fix a connection.
Thanks a lot for the explanation. And I think, at least myself, I've learned a lot more about new technologies, which I haven't heard about, and then a lot of examples. So a big thank you to the audience. And I'm very honored, honestly, personally, because usually I work remotely and I've seen all these people's faces on my screen. So I'm actually very grateful of having a panel which is on site and in person, which is usually brings different vibes and different feelings and emotions. So a big thank from my side, a big thank you to the on-site audience, the online audience, for having stayed with us 10 minutes later and 10 minutes longer. To quickly wrap up and let you know what's happening next, we again have, only a 20 minutes break. We will continue with a snapshot, a 30-minute session with Darina and our colleagues from the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, who will give some insights on their latest playbook, and we'll discuss digital inclusion of local humanitarian actors. And with that, give me a big thank and clap you for the panelists, and thank you, everyone. Thanks.
minutes of a quick snapshot where we want to talk about digital inclusion of local humanitarian action. So please bear with me for this very last session of today. I'm very happy that I see so many people of you here still in the room. And I hope you have enough energy spared for another quick 30 minutes. As always, let me start with some quick housekeeping rules. The event is still live streamed and still recorded and is going to be posted on the CHA website and YouTube channel soon, so please keep that in mind when you want to share your inputs, both online and here in Berlin. If you want to link us and share your experiences here in this panel, you can do so by using the hashtag CHA23, and you can also tag us with @Center for Humanitarian Action on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on Twitter and Facebook. We will have a Q&A session in this quick snapshot as well. So if you want to feed in your thoughts and also questions, you're more than welcome to do that by just using the microphone over here. And for those of you online, please engage in the chat. This is going to be monitored by Sonja Höfelmann, and she will monitor everything and feed it into our discussion, as she did before as well. If you prefer to send in your comments anonymously, you can send her a private message using the chat as well. And if you need any technical support online on Zoom, please send a message, a private one, to the CHA user, CHA technical support. So with that, let's dive into the topic of this last snapshot session, which is a very practical, very concrete example, actually, of linking digitalization and participation and local leadership, which is actually rarely, surprisingly rarely done. So I'm very honored to be able to do that together with Patrick Wink, who is joining us online. We can see you here. Patrick, it's a pleasure to have you. Patrick Wink is a research director at the Harvard Humanitarian Initiative, an assistant professor at the Harvard Medical School and Harvard T.H. Chan School for Public Health. He's also a lead investigator at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, and beside this, also an adjunct associate professor at Tulane University's Payson Center for International Development. And as if this is not enough, he is also working regularly as an advisor and evaluation consultant to the United Nations and other agencies. Patrick, it's a pleasure to have you here. He wanted to come into Berlin in person so badly, and now we are very happy that we have technology so you can dial in online. Patrick, nice having you.
No, thank you for inviting me. As you said, there's it's interesting because it does reflect a little bit the topic of the day, which is in some ways, technology allows me to be there, and in reality, I am not there, and I am missing the richness and the informal nature of a lot of what was happening. So, it's technology is useful. It's a very imperfect substitute in many cases, and I'm sure we're going to discuss that more today.
We will. Thank you. Well, Patrick, what is so interesting about you and also your work is that your main research interest is actually on resilience and peace building and also social coherence in contexts of violence, conflict, and natural disasters, but still you ended to somehow in also examining the role of ethics of data and technologies in exactly these contexts. So I wonder if you can just introduce a little bit how you ended up in researching these topics.
Sure. I started my career actually as an engineer, and so programming is not something that was completely foreign to me. And in fact, I started my career in this area. I wasn't bad at it. I just really didn't enjoy it, and took on more practical work. And one of the things I realized is that I was really not trained on how to interview people, on how to consult, how to gather people's opinions, views, which is really critical when you're trying to engineer systems, when you're trying to solve problems. And so that really kind of led me to this aspect. Okay, how do we improve consultation? How do we work on gathering and engaging in discussion around those issues? And I found myself this is how old I am, in Iraq in 2003 after the fall of Baghdad, and between transcription, translation, and coding, it took almost a year to be able to report on what people were sending very clear message that the process of vetting, the illustration of anyone that was a Ba'ath Party member was problematic, because in order to survive, you had to be a member of that party. And so as occupying forces withdrew all these officials, it really created major issue for how the system worked, for how public health would work, for example. And so that's the link kind of, the technology came as, how do we try to bridge that gap, that time gap, of making more timely available insights and enabling a more real-time dialogue on some of those policy choices. And so that's really when we started looking at, and say we, because I work with my wife, and we really started thinking, how do we take what's out there? There were already some online forms, some ways to do surveys on the web, but there really was nothing that was working offline. And so we started developing this, and then the Open Data Kit came out with their standards and was really helpful. And so we've just been continuing looking at these ways of advancing data collection, but data collection is very extractive. And so it really led us, or led me, to look more broadly at what's the role of technology in this space, and how do we do it in a responsible manner.
Exactly. And then you also developed the Kobo toolbox. Can you explain a little bit how this evolved and how it then was used, and how it led you to now developing a new tool?
Sure. So it's a little bit what I described. It's kind of the very textbook, the simplest. Many of the innovators, many of the people working in the technology in the room will be familiar with that. You identify a problem, which is that doing data collection manually and collecting and then entering this data is just not very effective. I mean, it's useful, but it has major bottlenecks, including aspects of timeliness, because it takes a lot of time to enter the data. It has issue of quality control. And so you identify from your own experience a very concrete example where a potential technological solution is available. And so that was really the creation of Kobo, and we started using it for our own purpose. Then people started seeing it and asked, well, can we use it? So we made it available. And then as we made it available, people said, well, we'd like to improve this and this and this. How do we do this? And so it really led to create a nonprofit now that tries to maintain and offer Kobo as a free and open source tool for global good and trying to improve data collection. But in the process, again, data collection remains a very extractive aspect, right? And so came broader question as to how do we responsibly use technology? To go back to the example of Kobo, what we were doing was making it enhancing and enabling better data collection. Better in the sense of making it possible, but at the same time, we were making it possible to collect bad data. We were not addressing issue of sampling. We were not addressing issues of how do you ask good questions. And so with technology came a range of responsibilities that I found really fascinating to try to unpack and figure out how do we advance not just the technological side, but the practice, the responsibility, the approach that go with this. And so that led to other initiatives like the Data Pop Alliance that looks at new streams of data, social media data, other of data. How do we do this responsibly? Because the reality is, you can see it with ChatGPT, like our abilities are advancing so fast. They're advancing faster than our understanding of the issues that it raised, the problems and how to do it well. And so, and it's even advancing faster than the legislation, that the regulatory framework that surrounds the use of these tools. So there's a fundamental problem is, if you are implementing and leveraging those capabilities that are emerging so quickly without thinking about what you're doing, then of course it's a problem.
Yeah, indeed. And what is really striking is how Kobo, which is also working offline, and other tools are actually really providing an additional channel that we didn't have before to communicate, but still it's mostly used as just extracting data, extracting information, and as a tool to generate feedback and also provide reporting data instead of actively involving the affected people, but also other local actors on the ground. So I wondered, do you know, or did you ever ask yourself what are the reasons behind that mechanism?
I mean, I think fundamentally, if you look at how the minority world has approached humanitarian action, it has been about what's the diagnostics, what are the needs, a very extractive approach, what are the needs, and here is what we are going to do about it. Now, technology can contribute to that, but the fairness is that I think it does more than that. And we've heard, I think earlier, some examples around feedback, and there's still a lot of questions, but if you think even of the agency that is enabled, for example, through cash transfer, we've moved far, digital cash transfer, we've moved far away from a purely extractive approach, even for data collection. And practices, in terms of participatory design and implementation of needs assessment, questions about who owns the data, and even issues of data retention and the responsibility or of those holding data to share access and enable communities to leverage and use that information, I think are really clear today. So I do think that overall, we've moved far away from this very extractive model in many ways. The question and the fundamental problem that remains is who is driving the agenda, and who are making some of the fundamental choices with regards to policies, with regards to infrastructures, with regards to necessary conditions, and this is where I think this issues and this tension between the digital transformation of humanitarian action and localization is really crystallizing. Is if from a technology perspective you are imposing from the minority world to the majority world decisions around digital infrastructure, around security infrastructure, which has reasons. I'm not saying that these are unreasonable demands, but if you're doing it in a way that is excluding and reinforcing that dynamic of imbalance of power, as you call it, then we have a fundamental problems, because digital transformation and localization are now contradicting or not mutually reinforcing when you are taking this approach. And so the question is, how do we not do that? How do we not go to a local organization and one agency tell them you need to use this tool with this security conditions, and another agency goes to the same organization, no, you need to use that tool, and then when they leave, that the organization can use neither of them because they are proprietary and they are not designed for them to use. This is fundamentally wrong, and so we need to address this.
Yes, and you nicely did so with your playbook, Technologies and Humanitarian Settings. I hope you can see the playbook on the screen now. If you haven't downloaded it yet, there is a QR code showing it now. And we will also post, of course, the link online. And I see many of the audience now having their phones and trying to access the playbook online. Patrick, can you explain us a little bit, what is it about and what does it guide you through?
So first, let me manage expectation. It's actually, after a lot of thinking, what came out is maybe deceptively, but it's very simple. It's just a list of questions. Early on in my career, I was advised that whenever you're faced with a problem, ask yourself 300 questions, so that by the time you respond to those questions, you know everything that there is to know, and you know where the knowledge gaps are. And in some ways, it has stuck with me. And after thinking through how can we address this fundamental tension between digital transformation and localization, well, I resorted to this approach of asking ourselves the right questions. And in part, it's also because of the experience with Kobo, for example, where there are many, many guides, many playbook out there that tells you how to do participatory development, how to think about engagement, how to, and whether you are from the majority world trying to develop solution, but even for local organization, the reality is I felt that it was very hard to implement. The growth of Kobo Toolbox was very organic. It was user, it was informal consultation, it was our own use, but also contact with users in a much less structured and linear manner that many of these guides seems to suggest. And it's not that way. It's so much more messy in reality, so much more organic, that I thought that instead of trying to provide that kind of framework, it would be much easier or much more effective to help innovators, local, global, whichever level you are, guide you through what questions should you ask yourself.
Exactly. And I'm going to ask you one last question, but just giving the audience online and here in Berlin a heads up. If you have any questions for Patrick or any inputs that you want to raise, you can already line up here in front and grab the microphone in a minute and ask your questions. But let me quickly turn back to you, Patrick, before we do that. Well, I hope we can see the content of the guidebook now here on the screen. It really has different sectors where you can ask those questions. So with having these power imbalances and trying to actively use this knowledge and these capacities from local actors that have not been involved so much, which of these sectors is to your experiences one of the most important sectors for tackling these power imbalances? Do you have a favorite question or a sector that you find most crucial with that regard?
So immediately I thought I would answer this question with it's like asking my favorite child, but the reality is no. It's actually I don't feel that passionate about those questions, but I do think that there's one area of questioning that I think is really critical, and that as you are innovating, you're not necessarily engaging with us strongly because you're thinking about how great your solution is, and you're thinking of the advantage and what it does, and technically how you're going to do it, and so on. I want to refer to something that humanitarians know really well, do no harm kind of idea. And so how do you think through not just, what is developed in a somewhat idealized case, but the reality of the ground, the messiness, the pressure that you feel? How does it work in those conditions? How are you going to think about this? And I like this series of questions because, of course, it forces you to think about do no harm to whom. But there's a danger there, which is that I will know better what risk there is for you. So let me tell you what is not going to harm you. That is a very imbalance of power way of thinking about do no harm. And so these questions fundamentally is about engagement, is about this relation with people served. And so I like this area of questioning. I mean, I think and I hope that we use a digital or a technology use system. So we have questions that deal with the technology itself, with the users, with the environment. But I do think that this area of questioning around risk is one that is really important to engage with, and again to engage with in a manner that is very, very inclusive. And I want to emphasize, because sometimes we have a bit of a romanticized idea of local and localization. This is very appropriate for local organization as well, because you may be working in the capital, maybe you're talking about refugees, maybe and so that relation in between those different actors need to be consciously addressed, needs to be purposefully examined. And so the idea is not that you need to sit down and answer all these questions. It's more that you need to have these questions in the back of your mind and constantly revisit it. Are we working on unfounded assumptions? Are we clear about what we're trying to do? And so, again, I hope that this is a helpful way of approaching this.
Yes, indeed. And let me dive into one section that we have been discussing in the opening panel already. We talked about data privacy and data protection. And that is, of course, also a section that you address in the playbook. How does the playbook address data privacy and data protection towards sharing data and transparency?
Let me give you one example, because I think the reality is data protection, data privacy have been fairly high on the list of concerns, right? People know that these are important issues. And I'll say two things about this. One is that the default approach has then been a very technological solution to this. Well, let's create systems that are very robust, that require multi-level identification, that create a system that is safe, but then there are negative consequences to that. Let me give you one example in terms of security. Would be that you create a system that prints voucher for food distribution that have time stamps on them and are very secure, and it's linked to anonymization, so there's no names and things like that. Fantastic. For practical reasons on the ground, your distribution is delayed. You're not able to go on time. You're distributing those tickets too late, so that the date of validity the validity is passed, and so now people cannot use them. But you cannot simply just edit it in the field. You have to go back to the capital, and it requires 3 levels of permission to do those changes. And now you've delayed potentially life-saving assistance by weeks, just because the technology wasn't designed around sound principles, and that the added concern for security led to more challenges. Now, I'm not saying that these are not important. You need to have those concerns, but it can lead to really problematic implementation. I had a second example, and I'll try to get back to that, but I think that, again, it goes back to these issues of approaching issues of confidentiality and anonymity from from the perspective of a minority world organization who is primarily concerned about protecting itself, who is primarily concerned about its own safeguarding of the data they own, but not necessarily about the practical implication in the country for the people who face issues of a breach of data. There are specific areas, and that was one of the examples, was that, in a recent evaluation that I did, people think about privacy and protection. I found no evidence of existing data retention policy. So in other words, once you hold the data, how long will you keep it? And what are you going to do with it? At what point does it become archived? At what point do you simply decide, well, this data, we should not hold to this anymore? And so, there's so many issues. I can think of dozens of examples where people promise that there are non-digital alternatives, but the reality is we've become so reliant on biometrics and things like that, that we really don't effectively give people a choice. Mm-hmm. That in practice, sure, you may say, well, you don't have to, but if you don't do it, we don't know how it's going to happen. And so you're really not, we can talk about consent, what meaningful consent means, but in the end, when you're faced to, you get assistance or you don't, well, you create a world in which, or a setting in which there is not really a lot of option for people.
Yes. And let me finish with one very last question. Of course, a conference on digital tools and humanitarian action cannot go without mentioning ChatGPT, which is, of course, one of the most prominent examples of digital technologies. So I was asking actually ChatGPT which question I should ask you. And so it came up with one question that I think could be a very nice one for your last key takeaways to share with us before we close this little snapshot session. So ChatGPT is asking, What steps can organizations take to ensure that technology is used in an ethical and responsible manner?
Well, let me talk about ChatGPT first. And actually, maybe it touches on the answer to the question too. And I know in one of the earlier panels, someone was mentioning of how COVID-19, was a transformative or certainly an aspect of that. The reality of COVID and the reality of ChatGPT and the reality of a lot of what's happening is technology is that it gives me a sense that from my little office in North America, I know everything that is going on in the world, that I know exactly what is happening in this corner of northern Nigeria, and I can tell you what needs to be done to address the needs of the people in that location. And COVID, in many ways, while it was touted as well, it shows how technology can be used and localization and so on. Well, in reality, it showed how, as a minority world organization, you can retain a lot of power just by exerting digital controls over what is happening on the ground. And so to answer that question, I really think that what you need to do is not a technological solution, like for the ethical use of technology, is you need to relinquish power. You need to accept and understand that you are not going to be in the driving side, in the driving seat, but that you're here to support organizations on the ground that have their own technological know-how, that have their own tools, their own ways of thinking about how to deliver assistance. And you need to support that. I know it's very obvious. I know it's, maybe not or part of a woke discussion, as I've been accused sometimes. But in the end, that's the only way that you can reconcile the use of technology, the localization agenda, and kind of ethical ways of using technologies.
This is a very, very good last word, and I thank you very much for joining us online. It has been a pleasure to have you, and I'm sure us all will go through the playbook. Thank you for contributing to that one, and please ask yourself the questions that are also written down in the playbook. Thank you, Patrick, and thank you for the audience.
Thank you.
With that, I'm handing over to Ralph, who is closing the day.
Thanks, Darina. Not really me closing, because now we come back to the Muppet Show and our colleagues who've watched all day and will close with us and share their views. Let us just make sure this time they can sit and share their views with us. Maybe do it like that one. In a decent way. If you haven't been on site or online when we started and kicked off the conference, we have invited two rapporteurs for this annual conference who will be with us all day tomorrow as well, and have joined us from the very beginning, Arbi and Anita. So how are you? How was it on the balcony? Sleepy, hungry, but still ready to share some views, Anita?
Yes, I'm ready. I think it was a really good half day. Some takeaways from my perspective, from NEAR perspective. I think Patrick, in a way, stole some of my thunder. Had really good critique and good suggestions. I think personally speaking, I mentioned earlier, NEAR is not a digital expert. I learned a lot, so that's already, one check off of my expectations of coming. So hearing about the Kobo toolbox, but also some of the points that Barnaby raised, Kasim raised, like there are clearly technological solutions being used in different ways for different purposes. It does seem like there are a lot of technological solutions that are being developed to help us engage better with communities, and this is very key. I think there is a big gap between digital transformation and where the energy is in this technological solution finding and the efforts and aims of localization. So not as, when we heard Juliette speak this starting today, the challenges that she raised, that she faces, I did not hear many technological solutions being proposed to responding to those challenges. Language. I heard, as I mentioned on one of the panels, maybe the last one, but like language and in coordination. This seems like a possible avenue for digital technological solution finding. Yeah, and yet there's no good, the fact that today here we don't have technological solutions for active and engaged participation of non-English speakers is a problem, I think, and that's a problem that we at NEAR face also. So it's not, it's not just for CHA, it's for all of us. So I would say that, the center of gravity for digital solution finding, if it is to address the power imbalances within the sector, really needs to start moving towards finding solutions that work for local actors and supporting their leadership in responses so addressing their problems. That's probably my big takeaway. Yeah.
Okay, many thanks. Maybe we'll leave it with that for now. Abi, your key takeaway of the day, if you have one.
I have 3, so thank you very much. And I apologize in advance. I've been tasked to be critical, so I'll do my best. 3 takeaways from me. Number 1, this concept of power imbalance. We hear it, we've heard it in all presentations, but it seems to me that we treat it as if it's a thing that's over there. There's a power imbalance that's like existing separate from us. But with power imbalance, there are people behind that. So every time power imbalance is brought up, or every time somebody speaks here, I'd like for us to think, who benefits? Who benefits from this imbalance that we're seeing there? Who gets to be the expert? Who gets the material benefits? Who gets the salaries? And who gets the contracts? It's been said that, maybe the technology has been moving away from being extractive, but there are still extractive portions of technological use in the humanitarian sector. It seems to me that the question is, the technology that we're using, who is being served by this technology, right? Is it the big INGOs for, as Patrick mentioned, their self-preservation and their self-interest? Or is it what Anita mentioned and what Julian mentioned, is it to really tackle the issues that everyday community-based organizations are facing? Second point is related to that, is the mismatch, it seems to me. So as Juliet said, she mentioned some of her issues are untimely disbursements, burdensome due diligence and reporting, and then somehow there's a bit of a disconnect around discussion around big data, data security, and data privacy, which no doubt, I'm sure, are important subjects. But what about these everyday things, right? Some of the successes that Juliet mentioned were Google Sheets, Google Docs, and Zoom. So, how are we thinking about those kind of like basic things and incorporating that so that local actors are more capable of or are enabled in leading the response to the leading humanitarian response? And then the third point that I want to say is, maybe not hypocrisy, which is a strong word, but maybe a bit of a cognitive dissonance in 2 parts. First one is with donor governments, right? Can I get a show of hands here who is British or who lives in the UK? Anyone? Okay. There are a few of us in the audience. I live in the UK. we talk about digitalization and, donors are really prioritizing digitalization. But let's look at closer to home. In the UK, they have digital-first strategy and digital-first policy. And the benefit system of the UK actually is digitized. But it's been described by the Human Rights Watch as disastrous. It's been described by the UN expert on poverty and human rights as the British welfare state is gradually disappearing behind a web page and an algorithm. How are we claiming to have expertise in these areas when in our own homes, these are not sorted out? The NHS, for example, I've experienced waiting in the phone with automated responses for like hours and hours. And who here really enjoys talking to a chat box, even when getting a refund for something that they purchased on Amazon? Let's think about our own selves and how we engage in technology in our day-to-day life, and think about, are we exporting these same faulty technologies in other places? And the second part is, the cognitive dissonance within INGOs themselves, right? Let's look again closer to our own homes and our own organizations. Think about the digital technologies that you use day to day in your jobs. Who here has tried to apply for a job in the UN and gone through their, to be honest, very archaic digital recruitment platform where you get a response to your application after 3 years? And then we talk about being responsive to the people that we serve, right? Think about the grant management systems that we have in our organizations. Think about the financial tracking services that we use. And finally, if we're thinking about how technology can enable change within organizations, I think two things actually are quite strong in this. First one is investigative journalism, digital media. And that's exposed a lot of abuses by INGOs, right? But why are we not talking about that? And second is whistleblowing. So there's been, in fact, whistleblowing social media accounts that have called out international organizations, not least for example, being racist. So there is a Twitter account out there that is, anonymous and being whistleblowing to hold these INGOs to account. So I think a more critical reflection on power, and I'm keen for all of us to reflect on that in the next coming day and for us to really engage with those issues.
Thanks so much, Abi. Maybe hand back to Anita. Many thanks also for the anecdotal evidence from the UK, why you are decades ahead of, for example, Berlin, try to get a digital certificate, and then we talk about participation or whatever. But if I got both of you right, is it a fair summary? Well, we had an interesting discussion about the synergies and the overlaps of digitalization, of digital accountability, of locally led humanitarian action. But the structural issue of power balances hasn't really been touched sufficiently, and we need a more frank and honest discussion, hopefully tomorrow, about that. Anita, would that be your take as well?
Yeah, and in fact, I think it was Andrea was presenting a recap of some research, and there was like one line in it that said, let's not replicate the problems we have in the offline, you remember it, right?
Yeah.
the right way around, in the offline world, in the online world. And I think, this is really, really key. If we are consumed with kind of big data and data security, and we get tied up in knots about these massive issues, and we cannot figure out how to make sure someone who speaks a different language than you can participate in your meeting, we are doing something wrong, and so yes, I think you summarized the point correctly, and just let's keep that one line that Andrea posted really front and center tomorrow when we come back.
What she shared actually has been from her job paper on digital accountability. You all find in print and, of course, digitally out there, as well from Darina, the one on locally led and agile project management. Final question, Avi, to you. We really hope to provide this forum, this discussion of the conference, its first day, with a diversity of perspectives and really make sure this is not a discussion of white old men. Has that worked out, or is there some homework for us to make sure we have different perspectives and more perspectives as of tomorrow?
I think for me, personally speaking, I can see the effort that CHA has really put into making this event inclusive of perspectives and voices from the global majority, from local organizations, from people from the global south. I think it was mentioned in a kind of like pre-event discussion about visas, right? And about inviting people to come over. And I'm aware that some people have had some issues around visas. I think that's definitely, you know, not a learning because it's not a new issue as you have mentioned. But it's definitely something to take into account. But I do see the effort that there's been inclusion of different perspectives. So I do commend CHA on that one.
Thank you so much. In German, you would say, wir haben uns bemüht, which isn't perfect, but but we keep trying. Thank you so much to both of you. We will see you again tomorrow morning for kicking off the second day. So again, we will have some inspiring thoughts from your side. Thank you so much for all of you here on site and online for all your patience. We keep overrunning. And now it's time indeed for having a beer and pasta out there. I think it's not yet raining. So if you run, you should get a dry pasta even. Many thanks for joining us. We come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 Berlin time. If you will join us again, of course, we highly appreciate if you joined us only for today. Many thanks for coming. We hope to see you very soon again. And take care. Good night. Have a good day, wherever you are. Hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.